Illegal.
I don't want reality.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Gentlemen.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. I don't want reality.
show your judo. Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Illegal.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Could you drum up? Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
Finally, everything are the same.
Follow the replay.
Illegal. I did everything right and they indicted me.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
This is full of Pepe.
Cow?
Right now.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Phrasing.
Are you not entertained?
Well, here we are again. Good to see you folks. Here I am, still floating in the void. Not sure we've solved anything yet, but I guess we'll keep trying. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. Got a long and difficult journey ahead of us. but not that difficult, because it is Sunday Fun Day. That's right. Sunday Fun Day, the day of fun. The Galactic Day of Fun. Selena Mary? I keep saying Marie, but I'm pretty sure it's Selena Mary. First, second, fresh out of the asylum, and third for B-Cat K. Monope's also here, on time. Mr. Spock, Aaron W. Midi Doctors, Geo Dragon. Soul Life, wow, Soul Life on time, my god. Mrs. Jen. Jonathan. Even Nightbot has already attempted art. Is that what that is? That's bad. That's bad, Nightbot. Be better. Alright. Perhaps shocking to all watching this stream, we are going to start in the United States. That's right, the good old US of A. Well, I guess we'll start with this one here tonight. This is something that we looked at previously, but new evidence, new video footage has come out in the moments leading to Devontae Michael's death. This is from NBC News from a day ago.
Hitting him with a walkie-talkie, kicking him in the face.
Tonight, new surveillance video and new details in Devontae Mitchell's death as the count.
Sorry, hold on, chat. I just realized I have the volume all the way down. It's a good start. It's a good start.
Hitting him with a walkie-talkie, kicking him in the face.
Tonight, new surveillance video and new details in Devontae Mitchell's death as the county medical examiner determined his cause of death as a homicide due to, quote, restraint asphyxia and toxic effects of cocaine and methamphetamine.
Stay down! Please stop fighting! Please.
Mitchell died in late June. His family's attorney says hotel employees, including an off-duty security guard and a front desk clerk, pinned him face down on the ground outside the Hyatt Regency. Police say he had caused a disturbance.
I have to watch his life being taken for nothing.
Mitchell's widow angered by the new video released by the family's attorney, who narrates her husband's last minutes alive.
We're just fighting for basic, simple justice here.
While the new video does not show the initial, quote, disturbance, it appears to show Mitchell running through the hotel lobby and into the women's bathroom, in what his family says was a result of a mental health episode. As he's escorted out, a security guard appears to punch Mitchell. Another camera appears to show Mitchell dragged through the hotel doors. According to the lawyer, another employee then hits him repeatedly with a broom before a separate employee hits him with what the lawyer says was a baton.
This is
then
disgusting.
The employees appear to force him face down.
You hear people say, oh, all we did was hold him down. Well, none of that is true.
Clearly.
NBC News has attempted to reach out to the individuals shown in the video, but have not heard back. Ambridge Hospitality, which operates the Hyatt property, wrote in a statement it is conducting its own investigation, which has resulted in the termination of several associates.
They're doing their own investigations. How exciting. We can get the police to investigate themselves, and we can also get hospitals. I mean, sorry, not hospitals. Hotels to investigate themselves. That is... wow. That's progress, is what that is. But yeah, no, that is fucking disgusting. And the families... I mean, the family wants this, these people involved to be charged with murder, considering that the death was ruled a homicide by the coroner. Only seems to make sense to me. Maybe I'm just taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right. Let's go on. We got a couple of other stories here to look at. 25 likes, you say? 17 and 13. All right, I will give you your characters, but let's go to this video first. An unfortunate situation, in a different way, but at least some actual progress has been made in this case. This is from NBC News from 9 hours ago. Kansas man sentenced for theft of Jackie Robinson statue.
Illegal.
I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. And whatever you do today, I accept it.
15 years and $41,000 in restitution.
I'm sorry.
Key Alderetti is paying the price for his part in the theft and destruction of the Jackie Robinson statue. Founder of League 42, Bob Lutz, says the impact of Alderetti's actions are widespread.
And the children who represent us, they took the reality of the statue theft in their own way, and it was a strong dose of negativity.
Negativity that Lutz is still able to find compassion in.
Well, I personally bear no ill will toward Ricky Alderetti. In fact, I do hope he finds a way to right his life.
A replacement now standing where the previous once did, this time with increased security.
If someone was to try now, they've got to haul that thing a little bit farther, and we'll have some really good video of them doing it.
The statue sits on a higher base, protected by traffic bollards, and is being watched by additional cameras, making the park safer, according to City Council member Brandon Johnson, returning the focus of League 42 back to the game of baseball and teaching the lessons of Robinson's legacy.
When you steal that statue, it wasn't necessarily stealing from us adults. It was the kids to go over there and play and practice and enjoy the sport.
When we named our league after Jackie Robinson, we understood the responsibility that comes with that. Jackie represents so much that is good, and we teach his lessons as much as we can.
You think 15 years feels like a bit, might be a bit much. It might be a bit much, but this was a completely fucked up thing to do, right? Taking the statue of Jackie Robinson, who, you know, is an important historical figure, not just for Americans, but for African Americans specifically, and it felt very border hate crimey. Now, he seemed very what do you call it? Seemed very apologetic in that sentencing hearing. But I feel like most people who are facing 15 years are also pretty apologetic. But I mean, I think I see what you're saying. You'd sell it on the black market? Wow. Wow, Soul Life. Horrible. Horrible. Statue black market? This is why we can't have anything nice, okay? Blame Soul Life. Alright, let's go to this. This is another instance of this same sort of thing that happened around the same time, but not in Kansas, in Seattle, where community members are now raising awareness on this missing statue.
In a show of solidarity.
Konnichiwa. Thank you everybody for coming out this morning.
Community members gathered to bring awareness to a stolen statue that has deep meaning.
Someone came and mutilated and stole the statue of Sadako Sasaki, which existed here for many years. Only the ankles and feet are left of the statue.
Sadako Sasaki was 2 years old when she survived the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. She eventually died from leukemia at the age of 12.
We realize that anger and outrage is not what she would have wanted. It is not hate but love that can bring peace.
The statue has been missing for 3 weeks now.
That the statue was more than just a piece of metal sitting on a small piece of property next to the University Bridge. She represented hope. She represented the audacity of hope, that we could have a peaceful world.
The hope can be seen in the paper cranes, hundreds of them draped where Sasaki once stood. When Sasaki was hospitalized, making 1,000 cranes brought her happiness and well wishes to overcome her sickness.
What's up with all the statue crimes? I don't know. I don't know. I can't point in any particular direction. Are you asking me why I'm covering them? Is that the question? I guess maybe a little vague. A little vague. All right, let's talk about the election. What do you say? We're gonna wind up getting to the thing that's in our title at some point, but not quite yet. Gonna have to string you along for a little bit. Let's go here. Actually, do I do it in this order and the other? Yeah, actually, no, this is fine. This is fine. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Here is proof that Trump's campaign is tanking while Harris continues to climb.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's just take a look at this because we don't have much time left, but this is just sort of stunning to me. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. We got the ABC Ipsos poll. There was also a Fox poll too, right?
Yes, I can find that visual for you.
Do we have the Fox poll? This is, but here's I want to read some of the ABC Ipsos poll if we have that too. Favorable, unfavorable. In July 19th to 20th, that was
Bradley, I just sent it.
10 days ago. 10 days ago, Kamala Harris's favorability was 35%. Her unfavorability was 46%. 7 days later, her favorability is now at 43% and her unfavorability is at 42%. This is nuts. I mean, it just flipped.
Yep.
Here's the amazing thing, too. Trump, his favorability prior to the RNC, but just after his assassination attempt,
here we go.
Was his favorability was 40 and his unfavorability was 51. After the RNC, this is his big coming out. His favorability drops 4 points and his unfavorability goes up 1 point. That is not why you want a convention. There is there's two reasons to have a convention. One is to raise your favorability.
Yep.
And to get a bump in the polls. There is no other reason to have that except to introduce your vice president.
Instead, they decided to do the very strange sort of quasi-religious ceremony, almost, that was generally impossible to watch. And now, I might be a little biased on that, but that was my feeling while watching it.
And have them get a big bump from it.
Which is usually customary.
Which is like standard. par for the course, so much so that people don't even really pay that much of attention to it because it's normal to get a 15-point bump out of a convention. So Trump actually goes net negative on favorability from where he was prior to the convention. Vance goes from 25% favorability, 31% favorability, 25% unfavorability, 31%, to 24% favorability, 39% unfavorability. That's in the ABC Ipsos, but it's gotten it.
So, yeah. It seems like even the people who liked him before liked him just a little bit less, and then people who knew nothing about him decided, wow, after getting to know him for 2 seconds, I really, really don't like him. Weird. Seems like things are going really great over there at the Donald Trump campaign.
Illegal.
Hold on, let's I want to quickly look at these. I think we might have actually looked at these polls, but since it's in this clip, I figured we'd also look at these.
For suffering from low enthusiasm, so enthusiastic about voting. So this is Democrats for Biden or Harris. Look at this. Back in February, just 62% of Democrats said they were enthusiastic about voting for Joe Biden. Look at this now. Woof. Up to 88% now say that they are enthusiastic about voting for Kamala Harris. That is a huge jump. That is a 26-point jump. Look at Trump during the same stretch. Republicans for Trump. It was 80% in February. Look, it's still fairly high at 82%. But compared to February, where Trump had this 18-point advantage, now we see Harris with a 6-point advantage. It's definitely for Democrats. Game on. They are very enthusiastic. We see it in the money being raised. We see it in the volunteer signups. And now we're seeing it in the polling as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain we watched that before, but it does deserve a second watch. Perhaps a gleeful watch. Although maybe we shouldn't get too excited about it, just saying. Maybe enjoy, bask in the glow just a tiny bit, considering how shitty things were just a few weeks ago. Bears repeating. Rawr. Now, God, this one I'm embarrassed. I am embarrassed.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
A huge tiny mistake, indeed. So yesterday, I claimed that the debate was on. I said it with much certainty because that's what I thought was the case. However, I may have interpreted things a bit hastily and incorrectly. So let's look at this. Unfortunate news. Trump proposes alternative election debate. Harris says no.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage.
Democratic U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris taunted Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump earlier this week after he backed out of a debate with her. Now he has proposed to debate her on Fox News on September 4th. On Truth Social, he said it would take place in Pennsylvania and include an audience. But Harris wants to stick to the debate scheduled to run on ABC later next month. She posted on X Saturday, "It's interesting how anytime, any place becomes one specific time, one specific safe space. I'll be there on September 10th, like he agreed to. I hope to see him there." On Saturday, Trump said on Truth Social that Harris is afraid to do it and that he will see her on September 4th, quote, or I won't see her at all. Earlier, he said the ABC debate has been terminated in that President Joe Biden will no longer be a participant, and because he is in litigation with ABC. The debate over the debate comes after Harris on Friday secured the delegate votes needed to clinch the...
I'm just going to point that out. He was already in litigation with ABC before he agreed to the debate schedule. So that's not even close to being an excuse.
Democratic U.S. presidential nomination. Party delegates voted virtually this week ahead of the Democratic convention in Chicago later this month. While two sources tell Reuters Harris is meeting in person this weekend with the top contenders, vying to become her presidential running mate for November's election. She's expected to make her choice by Monday, ahead of her first public appearance with the new vice.
Now, I think she should just agree to this debate. If Donald Trump is going to try and, you know, come up with ways to get her to back down so he doesn't have to do it, I think she should just call his bluff. It's not, having Fox hosts is not that much worse than ABC hosts, let's be real. They're both going to ask garbage questions about the border and other shit like that. Wait, he's suing ABC for the debate schedule? That can't be true. Is that happening too? But isn't there another ABC lawsuit? Now I can't even remember what it was over. She should do a single debate. Do you think she should just go out there by herself on the... I think you're right. That would be fun too. I think she should do both. Because technically, they haven't even debated one time. We should get 2 debates. Just like John Ossoff. Okay, alright, let's go here. As long as... I don't know what that means. Do I think Fox won't fuck her over? Oh, AC. I see, not talking to me. Alright, let's go to this. LaFonza Butler. I think Forbes might have actually done this interview. I can't say for sure. But this is a portion of an interview with LaFonza Butler discussing Trump's recent attacks on Kamala Harris. God damn it, why can't I say things right?
You are the only black woman right now serving in the
Oh no, this is CNN.
You have known the vice president for a long time. What do you make of all this?
I think it's typical distracting, dodging Donald Trump. It is interesting that this argument is coming at a time when Project 2025 was being connected to him and to his campaign, that his campaign leadership was making sure that Project 2025 was being distanced from their operation. And so look, this is an absolute distraction. It is an insult. It is despicable. This is a woman who is born in Oakland, California, who has declared and lived proudly all of her identities her entire life, embracing the totality of who she is. And Donald Trump wants to divide our country. The vice president wants to unite us and to bring everyone forward, no matter their identity. And this is the only card he's got to play, and so he's playing it. He's desperate.
So it sounds like the way that the vice president and
oh my God, the sound is terrible
kind of
for
a
this.
less is more approach, saying that it is divisive and disrespectful, kind of what you just said, and that Americans deserve better, is enough? Or do you think she should be, and her campaign should be more aggressive in calling it out?
When he has the courage to meet her on the debate stage, I'm sure she will take care of and clear up any confusion that he has.
If he does, though, really.
Who she is. But the vice president is very clear that the American people want to have a leader who actually cares about them, who wakes up every day putting on the armor that is required to do the work to improve their lives. And so,
yeah, I genuinely hope that all happens, right? We just need these debates to happen. Can I turn it up? It was on full volume. It was ridiculous. This is why we're moving on. But that was Senator LaFonza Butler from California talking about how Trump is just trying to avoid reality.
I don't want reality.
But no, the sound for that was terrible. Just awful. Alright. Let's go here. This was Donald Trump at a rally where he made some very strong's the wrong word, wild and disturbing claims about Jewish voters.
Here's Donald Trump. He apparently has said, let's see, should we start with 3? And then this is on Friday.
Yeah.
He met with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. I've actually seen some people, maybe we'll play, like we'll show the tweets on this. I've seen some, post-leftists or whatever they, whatever. Leftists for Trump, supposedly, claim that Donald Trump has really stuck it to Netanyahu. Versus
based upon what?
And by stuck it, you mean stuck his tongue in his mouth?
I mean, pretty close.
Yeah.
Here is President Trump. Now, you may have seen footage or heard audio of Donald Trump 6 to 8 months ago, pre-Miriam Adelson basically giving him money.
To annex
and
the
saying,
West Bank.
Annex the West Bank for this $100 million pack money. But here is President Trump after that fact meeting with Israeli Prime Minister in Florida at I guess in the study room at Mar-a-Lago or somewhere. I don't know where it is. Go ahead.
And I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice.
Can you pause it?
Oh, pause it. We should say he's referring to Kamala Harris's remarks that were, from our perspective, didn't go nearly far enough.
Right.
But Donald Trump is going to characterize them as having gone too far. I wonder how much BB agrees with that.
Well,
probably a lot.
That's what he told Axios.
Yeah.
Apparently, they were very unhappy with how cold Harris was in comparison to Biden in that meeting, probably because the bear hug Netanyahu strategy has been a disaster.
Yeah, and from a policy standpoint, Trita Parsi pointed out, I think the rhetoric maybe get overplayed, but she did point out to Netanyahu as the impediment to the ceasefire talks, which is...
So yeah, we already saw that, I think, earlier, but I don't think we saw this one. Let's go over here.
November. It is not going to change. It is not going to change.
Wait, let's hear him out.
But let's hear what he's got to say.
Maybe this pitch will work.
The Democrats hate Israel. The Democrats largely hate the Jewish people.
Wow.
It's time for the Jewish people to step up and vote for Republicans and vote for Donald Trump, and we're going to save Israel. Thank you very much. We love you, Stanley. We love you, Stanley. Thank you, brother.
Will you be the Jew that steps up, Sam?
I got to get my cojones going, or I got to get my matzo balls in order and step up and vote for Donald Trump. No,
Kanye will be looked at as someone that saved the Jews.
It's the prophecy.
The prophecy. Kanye is coming.
idea
can all
that this is going
stop
to
worrying.
motivate any Jews to vote for Donald Trump. I think it's really just honestly about Miriam Adelson and a couple other maybe like right-wing Israeli supporters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump giving it to Netanyahu, does he mean, they mean like giving the embassy to where he wants it, Jerusalem?
That's what Adelson's ask was last time.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. According to Trump, you're a bad Jew if you vote Democrat. It's not anti-Semitic at all.
Anti-Semitic.
Sorry, anti-Semitogen. That's not anti-Semitogen at all. Oh my God, Bob. I'm not repeating that. Jesus Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
All right, let's go to this. We were talking, or not we, but Senator Butler was talking about Project 2025 and how Donald Trump is trying to distance himself from it because it's seen as being kind of toxic to most normal people that aren't just, insane extremists. Let's go here first to kind of get into that a little bit. Here is MSNBC from a little while ago. Trump tries to distance himself from Project 2025 after voters learn how terrifying its agenda is.
What now?
I didn't know Manafort well. He wasn't with the campaign long.
I
don't
know
Papadopoulos. I don't know him. I saw him sitting in one picture at a table with me. That's the only thing I know
literally
about him.
don't know anything
never
about it.
met this woman. I never saw this woman. I know nothing about
everything right, and they
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact.
I don't know him very well. I have not spoken to him much. This is not a man I know well.
I do not know
He's
anybody.
Like a nice guy, though.
He's a nice guy, though. That's one of the best ones. Oh, boy. Oh, Donald. Now let's go to this. We watched a little bit of this yesterday, and I figured we ought to watch a little bit more of it today. Because it's both fun and also sadly informative. Fuck, where... Oh, this, yeah, here. Let's go right around, I think right around here. It's a good spot to...
Hamas never would have attacked on October 7th if Trump was still around because they're just
and the
afraid of
garbage
him.
in Ukraine, that would not have happened.
Putin would never have attacked Ukraine if Trump was president because he's afraid of him because, Trump, while Trump was president, there were no new wars.
But it has to do, it's not about, oh, he's crazy or anything. He's crazy like a fox, really.
Well, look at all
Crazy
of the,
like a fox.
pro-Palestinian,
I don't think that's the saying, but you know what?
protesters, the
let it
people who are
slide.
pro-Hamas, and they go in and they're, interrupting official proceedings, and they're, getting on the White House gate and they're tearing things down, but yet they're released from jail. But you've got people who are January 6ers who are all being tried and given the same exact types of sentences, and they're just combining them all together because they happen to be there on January 6th.
And what should we do to all these
They just happen to
Hamas
be
protesters on college campuses? What should we do with them?
I think we should say, look, if you're that gung-ho, then please, here's your one-way ticket, and good luck, Godspeed, we're all counting on you.
Well, that's part of Trump's platform.
Yeah.
Like in Wildwood, he was saying that, like we need to be deploying our troops to sweep these campuses clean.
Yeah.
Yes,
We have to. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, we need to deploy the troops to clean the campus. What are you saying? Do you hear yourselves right now?
Illegal. Deported.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Deport the students.
Aren't going to vote for Biden.
Bring in the military to deport the students. Oh my God.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and
Because
gentlemen.
they're like, oh, Biden's too friendly to Israel and doesn't like Palestine. But it'll be funny when Trump gets in and Palestine's gone and these guys are gone.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Good luck,
It's hilarious.
We're all counting
They
on
are
you.
devolving.
Not you, but the Palestinian children.
Oh yeah. Introduce yourself. How you doing? What's your name, sir?
Mark Hoffman.
How you doing? Good. So tell me about fuel efficiency.
Fuel efficiency?
Yeah.
On this truck?
Yeah. How can we make it lower?
How can we make it lower?
Yeah.
Well, we could armor it up. Put a
We
bunch of
could,
stuff on it.
we could.
There you go.
For Trump, got the protester plow on the front.
How much weight would you say that adds?
Still getting about 12 miles a gallon, so we're doing good.
Oh, dude, they sound like a liberal.
Yeah, right.
How much per gallon do you get right now?
About 12 miles to the gallon.
Oh, that's too much.
Sorry.
That's too much.
Would you rather have this?
Would you rather have this or like an EV?
I think I hit an EV a while back. I'm not sure what that was, a pothole or something.
What do you love about oil?
It's in everything that we use. Is that right?
Yeah.
I was right?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. We want to contextualize it because, Biden spent $559 billion on green energy. It's all like wind and solar and things like that. And we're reminding people that we can have energy dominance through oil and gas. And so, we want to be not only do we think that this is smart, but we prefer it. We love it. Right. Yeah, so what is it that you love about oil over all those other stupid things?
Over solar and wind.
It's cheaper. It's better for the environment when you really look at the numbers. You have the freedom to go all over the place without having to stop for a charging station and sit there for 45 minutes.
I mean, you do have to stop to get gas, right? That's a thing. Hold on, we can't watch this whole. But this guy said some absolutely wild stuff, but the fact is, this is more important because MAGA Joker made a third appearance in this video, which really,
that is our plan for taking this country back.
Protesters.
Oh, the Democrats.
Well, if they're Democrats or not, they kept saying they weren't Democrats. Well, okay, then what do you support? Tried to get any sort of answer out of them. One guy's walking, GOP equals fascism. It's like, can you please define fascism for me?
He couldn't.
And no, you define it. You define it. You know what? You're a clown. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
They're saying Trump's a fascist?
Yeah, so they don't even know what the word means.
Early warning signs of fascism: powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, sound familiar, identification of enemies as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, national security.
Wow, we really need to update that list because a lot of that.
Oh God! Wow, we really need to update that list. Okay. It's like I support all of those things. Either I'm a fascist or that definition is wrong. Where'd you get that definition from?
Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with nationalism.
There he goes. Here he goes. Hold on. Wait, we gotta go back.
Controlled mass media as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security.
Wow, we really need to update that list because a lot of that
religion and government.
Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with nationalism. No. Everybody should be. No.
This is from the Holocaust Museum, so it's from the 40s. It's almost 80 years old right now.
Oh my God! Yeah.
That's not like. No, you got to go back.
That's not current enough. Yeah.
To the people that call themselves fascists, like Mussolini.
Yeah, not the Holocaust Museum, but Mussolini, like the Italian.
Yes, exactly.
They
were the real
fascista,
fascists.
Which is, the fascista is a bundle of sticks. Roman columns are based on this. And it's, because you take one stick, you can break it. But you take a bundle of sticks, that unity is what they're referring to. That is what it really comes from.
Yeah. If you read Mussolini, he actually laid the foundation
of corporatism, and that's where fascism goes. It goes to corporatism, where it's a combination of corporations and the government. But the government is always the supreme ruling factor there. If the corporations then disobey the government just takes it over and replaces it with their people. Hitler was not much.
Wait, I thought I'm so confused. Wait, so the government taking over the corporations is the fascism, or the corporations taking over is the fascism? That definition, his new definition, is very confusing.
Difference, but it all stems out of Marxism and Karl Marx's teaching. That's why the Bible of the left is Karl
The
Marx's
Bible
Communist
of the
Manifesto,
left.
and their catechism is rules for radicals.
World War II was just leftist infighting.
Well, I mean, the Nazis,
Oh, yeah.
like they're more communists than the Soviet Union. Like, frankly, like people like to think that they're fascists, but not really.
No,
I mean, like
more socialist communists.
right?
than
It's in the name.
It's just Workers' Party. It's
Well,
in
yeah.
the name.
People say North Korea is communist, but look at the name. It's the Democratic Republic of,
The Socialist Democratic Republic.
It's a democratic republic.
How is it democratic
What's
republic?
in the name?
Yeah, well, notice that a lot of these fascist dictators often use the term republic because they want to give themselves some legitimacy and make it sound like, well, the people support us.
The Democratic
Not
Republic
all
of
of
the
them.
Congo. The
Well-
Congo's a democratic republic.
Is it?
Yeah,
What,
well,
how does their Congress work? How are they elected?
Well, no, I'm just going by the names. You can't go by the
There you go,
name.
but that is, no, you can't just, you got to look at the
can't-
actions.
you're right. You can't go by the
got to look at the actions of the individual.
He's naming all the least democratic republics.
Individuals. Yeah, the Republic of...
He's close, and then he just takes hard left turns. Just whenever he reaches a particular issue's conclusion, he takes a hard turn. I guess to the right, actually. But he just takes a very fast turn to nonsensory. Okay, hold on, there's more. Oh no. Oh, this one. Oh no. Oh god.
Open to only qualified people. That means if you have a criminal background, you wouldn't be able to come. If you are a gang member, you should not be able to come. If you have a bad thing happened in your life, you did bad job, you won't be able to come. And if you don't have a certain education and qualification, you cannot have a job when you come here, then you wouldn't be able to come, because then you are coming here being illiterated and I have to pay for you. So also when President Trump got elected first time, you know that he vetted thoroughly immigrants from certain countries. And there is a reason.
And there was like the Muslim ban and stuff like that.
There is a reason behind it.
Oh my
They say
god.
legal immigration, but that's sort of...
There's a reason behind it. That is fucked. Wow.
You know, we say that just because.
I wish you would say.
I do not think.
I wish you would say exactly what that reason is that's in her mind.
You know, we say that just because. You know what I mean?
I do not think that is a true fact for me. When I say legal immigration, I meant legal immigration.
That's what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah, but like but none of us agree with you. Have you heard of the Great Replacement Theory?
Yes.
All of us believe in the Great Replacement Theory. All of us. You ask anyone here that's MAGA, that's going to vote for Trump, all of us believe in the Great Replacement Theory.
I do not think President Trump believe in that.
He believes in it. I believe in the Great Replacement Theory because I've heard it from President Trump. He talks about it all the time. Are you familiar with the Great Replacement Theory?
I am, but I am.
we all believe in it.
I never heard about President Trump saying about that. But I heard several times when he was president, he was talking about we want good people to come here. We want educated people to come here. We want them to come here and invest in our society.
No, invest, you know, because that's what we what Trump, one of the things he did, which was great, which a lot of people liked, is so if you invest in the United States economy, you get an accelerated green card. So there were a lot of people from China, from all over, India, anywhere, where they would invest $250,000 into our economy, into certain funds. You know, like certain funds were run by Jared Kushner, great guy, and you could get an accelerated green card if you invested $250K, $500K, and that money went into, you know, a fund for several years. You got it back eventually. The great replacement theory.
Based. I was about to go there, dude.
Yeah,
they're going to replace the majority with the minority in every area, not just race, sexuality. It's not a psyop. People know this is true.
It's
They're
not a
replacing us not
psyop.
just racially, but straight people are being replaced, white people are being replaced, normal.
The straights and the whites are being replaced. This shirt, I hate this shirt. I really do.
People are being replaced. Take America back. Nothing wrong with immigrants, but 20 million plus illegal immigrants, that is not okay. Especially if they're fucking voting, because we give them no ID laws and let the illegal immigrants vote.
Even legal immigration, though, like slowly but surely.
The country is not going to be white forever. That's just like a fact. We have low birth.
Oh my god, the way this man is talking is absolutely disgusting. He's just casually talking about his sort of, what do you call it? I can't think of the terminology for this. I mean, it's racism, obviously, but like, what is it called? Is he like his eugenicist sort of beliefs over here? He's like, you know, we gotta do something about the white birth rates.
That's the real problem. White people need to, okay, make America straight again. White people need to start having babies. Let's go.
There are these individuals that are criminals, largely criminals. We want to think that it's a very philanthropic and kind-hearted, benevolent thing to do, but it's not. We're not getting the people that are here for legit asylum. We're getting people that are here for opportunistic reasons of taking over our country.
Then half of one.
Okay. Yeah. Seems like everybody is big fans of the Great Replacement Theory, Project 2025, whatever it's called, Project 25. I never heard of it before. Okay, now we've gotten far enough, I think. Or do we do this first? Do this first and then we do that? No, let's do the other. Let's go to this first. Let's talk about Tim Walz. Or Tim Walz? Is it Walz or Waltz? I keep calling him Waltz. As he is a potential vice presidential pick here. And I keep knocking things over. That's good. That's what I'm born to do. Tim Walz. Either way, he is the governor of Minnesota. One of the top contenders to be vice president. Certainly, you wouldn't know that if you were watching CNN. They are all over Josh Shapiro right now, but many on the left think that that would be a huge mistake, including myself. Now, Tim Walz came on to the New York Times podcast, which I think is hosted by Ezra Klein, a couple of days ago to discuss the weird Republicans and how Democrats win back voters. Oh God, what just happened? Hold on. My mouse just had a apocalyptic moment. Let me just reset this, see if that fixes things. There we go.
On the weirdness of
son
Trump
of a
and
bitch.
JD Vance and sort of Republicans of their ilk did. I mean, now it's all that any Democrat says. I mean, I heard
Hush, Ezra. All right, let's try this again.
I'm going to vet you right now.
Please don't. Please don't.
And that's allowed for some voices and figures to break through who you might not have imagined before. And foremost among them is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. I don't think anybody else in the party has shot as rapidly from somebody who fairly few people had heard of. I mean, you know, if you follow who's the chair of the Democratic Governors Association, you might have known him, to somebody that all of a sudden is on the short list, all of a sudden has a loud, proud, excited online fan base. And not just that, but somebody who has changed the entire rest of the Democratic Party's messaging. And what began it, the core of Walz's slingshot to national prominence, was one interview on Morning Joe.
I think this is going back to the bread and butter, getting away from this division. We do not like what has happened where we can't even go to Thanksgiving dinner with our uncle because you end up in some weird fight that is unnecessary. and I think bringing back people together, well, it's true. These guys are just weird. And it's, you know, they're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something. That's what they go at. That's not what people are interested in.
Doesn't seem to be the case.
That was the interview heard around the Democratic Party. I remember it hit me on social media. I saw that and thought, oh, that really connects. And then all of a sudden, it was all you heard from Democrats, right? Weird, weird, weird. These guys are weird. They're weird and creepy.
You ever see this guy? Like when he's on a stage, he like kind of meanders over, you know, can't really walk well. And he goes over to the flag and he like hugs the flag. I mean, I love the flag, but it's a weird thing he does, right?
Some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
JD Vance is awfully weird.
A super weird idea from JD Vance.
They're just weird. I mean, they really are.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's quite weird, but it's also offensive.
It's not just a weird style that he brings. It's that this leads to weird policies.
Well, that was a weird comment. That definitely is weird. And some of the different things and positions they've taken seems fairly weird to me.
Joe Manchin, of all people, saying things are weird. What is his role? Why did this connect this way? Part of it, I think, is that weird got at something Democrats have had trouble walking the line on, which is on the one hand, there's real threat from Donald Trump and the Republicans. And on the other
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I forgot how long Ezra Klein here monologued for before actually talking. There we go.
Thanks for having me, Ezra.
So you told my old friend, the Washington Post columnist E.J. Dionne, that you don't win elections to bank political capital. You win elections to burn the capital to improve lives. Talk to me about that theory of politics.
Yeah, and I think it's a Minnesota mantra too. I think that's, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't. Those that came before, Paul Wellstone, talked about that a lot. The idea that why you're in this is to collectively try and make sure that you can improve folks' lives, that you can give them opportunities. And I think too often we get into this, that there's a cautiousness around, I got elected. If I get a little too aggressive on certain things, it'll make it more difficult to get reelected, which the whole point is you got there to, whether it was school lunches or paid family medical leave, you're there now. Why don't you get that done now? And I made the case that if we can get everything done in one session, then I won't have to do this again and I can move on. And I think that attitude inspires people to get going, to find solutions and to move. So not to get reelected, it's to get the work done. If you can get it done fast, do it.
You all passed so much after you got that governing trifecta and did so fast. I don't think we can cover it all here, but I did want to try to pull together one thread, which is I've heard you talk about an ambition to make Minnesota the best place to raise a kid. Obviously, families and support for families is something that the JD Vance and the Republicans want to put at the center of the election. But there's a question of what that nets out to, and best place to raise a kid, I think, is a good way of thinking about it. So tell me about that dimension of it. What did you pass that made Minnesota a better place to raise a child?
Yeah, when I talk about making sure it's the best place to raise a child, that means that everybody has health care, especially women. They've got access to prenatal care. It makes sure that affordable housing is at a foundational piece. It makes sure that food security is at a piece. And then you can start moving into the things around children. All-day kindergarten, making sure that daycare is affordable, and we're getting more daycare providers. We passed the most generous child tax credit, $1,750 for every child you have up until their age 18. And then this year we accelerated that, so quarterly we start to put that out. Those are things that we know during the pandemic. The federal government did that, and we reduced childhood poverty in this country at a greater rate than at any time in our history. We had a 30% drop in childhood poverty during the pandemic because of those accelerated child tax credit. It expired. Minnesota picked it up and grew it. And so what you end up getting is you get stability around housing, you get stability around healthcare, you get stability around food security, and then you make sure that parents are given those options around childcare.
That sounds amazing. Really does. Sounds like the kind of guy we could use in the White House. Hold on. This thing's like an hour long. We can't watch the whole thing.
A thing that it sounds like Democrats are saying about all these people who support Donald Trump and who do like him, all these people who feel left behind and left out of the Democratic coalition. How do you police that boundary?
This is where I take offense to J.D. Vance and Hillbilly Elegy. Those are my people. I come from a town of 400, 24 kids in a class, 12 cousins, farming, those types of things. That is there. And I know they're not that. I know they're not weird. I know they're not Donald Trump. The thing is, we have to get them away from what he's trying to sell, because that's not who they are. I mentioned, just picture in your mind Donald Trump coming home after a day of work and picking up a Frisbee and throwing it, and his dog catches it.
Yeah,
the dog runs over and
right.
gives him a good belly rub because he's a good boy.
You can't imagine.
That's what I do, and that's what those rally goers do.
He's never done that in
That
his
is exactly
life.
who they are.
He's got like
and
5
they're going through the
kids.
same things all of our families are. He's captured some of this because I think you're right. You people have forgotten me, or the entertainment value of whatever he's done. And fear is scary. I mean, the world is changing. We're seeing, conflict in the Middle East. We saw a global pandemic, which he did nothing to fix, but seized upon. And then I think it's kind of breaking that spell again of saying, look, he's not offering you anything. And then we dang sure better be ready to offer something. If we can't offer something that impacts their lives, like these policies, that's why I say Republicans, they may not admit it, they love the free school meals and lunch. I guarantee you a lot of them like paid family and medical leave. Small employers who couldn't afford to compete.
Ooh, paid medical leave. Shocking. Revolutionary. My God, this guy is great. He doesn't like dogs. Yeah, that wasn't even my first thing about it. Like, he just doesn't express love. Also, I don't think that he's physically capable of throwing a Frisbee. He can't even drink a glass of water with one hand.
To Best Buy and Target, who offered paid family medical leave, now could offer and recruit employees. So now they're saying, look, I'm paying a little bit into this. This program works. My employees are loyal to me. And boy, they can go home and be with their kids and keep them healthy. It's just, we have to show them that this isn't, there's nothing strange about this. They'll try and say this ultra liberal. That's where we need to be more specific. Oh, do you mean the free school lunches? Is that what or the roads and bridges we built in this town? Is that what you're speaking about? Governor, you spent a surplus money on this. Yeah, you mean when we eliminated the Social Security tax for most of seniors? That's the one that most bothers you? There's never a specific. They don't give you a specific on what the liberal agenda is, and we have to do a better job of saying this is what it is. This is.
That's a good point. The fact is, the general objection, it's good enough for a lot of people. They hear the sort of talking points that they're used to hearing from, originally, say, from like a Limbaugh, now Carlson, and other sort of right-wing pundits. They hear it and they eat it up. they don't really overthink it, and Democrats certainly don't do a good job of touting their accomplishments, but also part of that has to do with that, much of the Democratic establishment has not made enough strides in these things, and you only have pockets of people doing the right things, like a Walz or Bernie Sanders or Katie Porter, you know what I mean? Like, it's just we don't have enough of those doing what we need out there too. It's a combination of the two, I think. Potato Head October surprise. What is that? You think they're gonna get rid of JD Vance and bring in Mr. Potato Head as vice president? Wow, that would be a coup. I'm pretty sure that's what I've heard recently. Replacing a vice president suddenly is a coup, and not even technically, basic. That's not even what happened technically. It sounds even more like a coup.
Them. And that sense of does somebody see you and like you? That's a heuristic I think voters use a lot. Like, if you feel that a politician would like you, they're probably going to look out for you. If you feel they would look past you, that they would look down on you, they're probably not. And
how do you explain Trump in that?
I mean,
you think they feel that he sees them, knows them?
I do. I'm sure you have Trump voters in your family. I have Trump voters in my family.
I do.
And I think a lot about how unappealing he is to me and how appealing he is to people I love. And
yeah, me too. I spend a lot of time on that.
What's your theory of it? If you had to describe,
I'm still trying to.
What would make Trump appealing, right? If you had to sort of empathically put yourself in that place, describe what it'd be like to like Donald Trump.
I do think he's entertaining to some. I think that feels that he may not the laughing like I want to see. I think there is a sense, especially if you're a little frustrated, that he pokes the bear on other people. He's not afraid to poke the bear. It feels like it's empowering. Good, somebody can do that. It's not like these are small, petty people who want to make other people's lives miserable, but there's a sense that he's standing up to it.
There's definitely some of them.
The world is complex. And if you don't understand something, there's a tendency that you might turn to the unexplainable, the conspiracy theories that caught on and things. These aren't stupid people. These are smart people. But there's a frustration of why aren't things working? Why are they so complex? So I don't know. I mean, I'm just theorizing on it. But look, that district that I represented in 2016, I snuck by with a win in there again. I won that district 6 times. There'd been one other Democrat since 1890, but I won it in 2008 by 32 points. I sneaked by in 2016.
Damn,
he wins by 17
points
in that same district. They never see him. They knew me. I coached their kids. I was there. I delivered in Congress. I was a ranking member on the VA committee. I was, 6-8 years before, nearly 70%.
I think this guy is very likable. Like, not just his policies, but he's like, especially for Midwestern voters, I feel like this guy gets it to some degree. I think that he really is the choice. He really is the choice in this whole thing. Whether or not they make the right choice, I guess we'll have to see. All right, we're moving on. Let's move it along. Let's go here. Talk a little bit. Oh, this is in weird order. We're just going to skip that. All right, let's go here to CBS Miami from 4 hours ago, where advocates for people who are homeless staged a quote-unquote sleepover in Miami Beach.
Illegal.
Advocates of people who are homeless staged a sleepover overnight in Miami Beach.
What do we want? House keys! When do we want it? Now!
The Miami Homeless Solidarity Sleepover was held at Loomis Park in South Beach. It's a protest against a Miami Beach law that bans camping or sleeping in public. Instead, people are offered shelter and services. If they refuse, they could face arrest. A similar state law will take effect in October. Advocates for people who are homeless say laws like this criminalize being unhoused.
And if you really want to clean the streets, quote unquote, of these people, there is no other solution than to give them housing, give them good, decent quality, affordable housing. And then the streets will be free of people living rough sleeping, and then they will have housing, and it will be much more economically impactful for the city overall.
This comes as Miami Beach is launching Operation Summer Relief. They call it a plan to compassionately encourage people on the street to accept help. The city.
Yeah. He's absolutely right. We've said it a million times. The solution to homelessness is homes. It's in the actual terminology. Right? It's very, very simple. Forcing them into things that they don't want to do is not it's not a real solution. It does not seem to work. Like I think they mentioned in that video just now, people do refuse going into shelters for various reasons. But if you instead just gave them housing and didn't force them to, I don't know, do all the sorts of things that they do, like church-related activities, counseling, whatever else. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't do that, but you should, I think forcing homeless people to, to do these things just to be housed, it's the wrong way to go about it. They get their stuff. I mean, there's plenty of things that happen in shelters that are bad. Yeah, absolutely. They get their stuff stolen. There's there's a lot of different problems. All right. Let's go and talk about the economy a teeny tiny bit here. CBS Evening News from 2 days ago, where U.S. hiring has slowed and unemployment has in fact ticked up in recent days.
Turning to breaking news now on the economy and numbers that are raising some alarm bells. The Labor Department says the U.S. gained just 114,000 jobs last month, far below expectations, while the unemployment rate jumped to 4.3%. Wall Street responded with a massive sell-off, with all three major indexes ending the day in the red. The Nasdaq fell more than 2%. CBS News senior business and tech correspondent Joe Ling Kent joins us now. Joe Ling, what do these numbers mean?
Nancy, simply put, these numbers are adding to fears that we could be entering the earliest stages of a recession. Adding 114,000 jobs in July is a solid gain, but it did miss Wall Street expectations by quite a bit, weakening from the strong gains that we've been seeing over the last year. And with the unemployment rate rising to the highest rate in nearly 3 years, investors are worried, and that's why you saw stocks sink today. Now, President Biden acknowledged the disappointing jobs report today, saying there's more work to be done, and now there's even more pressure on the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates in that mid-September meeting after holding steady for so long, Nancy.
Yeah, so the Fed will make another potential interest rate decision in mid-September. They forecasted that they very well may cut rates in September, although it wasn't clear that that was definite at all. Still isn't definite, as they're constantly saying that they're data dependent and no one piece of information is enough to sway them on one way or the other on interest rates. And let's remember that in no way is the unemployment rate Joe Biden's fault. That's going to be employers. It's going to be employers' fault. We have seen an uptick in automation of jobs. Could be that. You know, employers deciding, I don't like paying wages, I'd rather just buy an employee. They're not going to raise them. They're certainly not going to raise them. That was never the discussion. They were always planning on lowering interest rates. That was the big, that's the big discussion right now, as interest rates have been historically, well, not historically, but at least within the last 10 plus years, been at a high not seen since before then. So yeah, I mean, hopefully they decide to lower interest rates at some point, but the Federal Reserve gets to do whatever the fuck they want. Sure, they might talk to lawmakers from time to time, but in no way are they bound to do what the American people wants, what Congress wants, what the president wants. They are accountable to no one, and that is how that goes. They're unelected. Half of them are just straight out of banking institutions. People, yeah, I'm trying to think of who's on the board of governors right now. It's basically just whatever. Let's go on to this. We got one more other thing to talk about this. As Jerome Powell spoke to lawmakers, Chris Van Hollen, senator? No, I think he's a congressman, grilled Fed Chair Jerome Powell on unemployment. Isn't the Fed appointed by the president? No, absolutely not.
Recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you. And let me first applaud you and your team at the Fed for, at least so far, being on track to bring down inflation without, so far, triggering a surge, big uptick in unemployment. But you know very well that that's a risk if the Fed does not act with full awareness of that danger. When you were here in March, you said that you were, quote, well aware, unquote, of the risk to unemployment of waiting too long to cut rates and, quote, very conscious of avoiding it, unquote. Since then, we have seen a slowing in the economy and a rise in unemployment. I'm just reading something today, an analysis with Diane Swank, KPMG's chief economist, who summed it up by saying, quote, the ice is thinning, red flags are emerging for the U.S. economy, unquote. The engine of the economy, the labor market, is cooling faster than previously known. The unemployment rate is above 4% for the first time since 2021. It is.
Now, here's a fact, right? Here's part of my problem with this argument, and I'm not here to say that he's not making any sense. But here's a fact, okay? Interest rates were raised for a while, and unemployment was incredibly low. Historically low unemployment for years with raised interest rates this whole time, right? And it's only, I feel like sometimes it's only when things go bad that people want to blame specifically. I mean, the fact is interest rates hurt people the most, right? Does it slow down business investment and hiring to some degree? Yes, but not entirely, like we saw, you know, over the last couple of years, as unemployment has been incredibly suppressed, just because, you know, multiple factors out there, but clearly, you know, interest rates weren't the determining factor in that, because they were technically, at one point, they were higher than they are now, right? At least if you look at the what do they call it? Like the interest rate markets. But yeah, credit cards are the ones, people with credit cards are the ones who got hit the hardest, right? People with who are trying to refinance their mortgages or their car payments or whatever else. Those are the people, you know, who are being hurt the most, not businesses, right? And the fact is businesses just want to stop paying people. They've realized that there's, you know, a possibility that they could just kind of get rid of entire swaths of their workforces with automation and AI and all these other things. And that's definitely, in my estimation, that I would say that's more of anything, right? And their desire to continue to report positive profit growth on their whatever they you know, their annual reports to their stockholders, right? Like that's what they're concerned about. So they're laying people off. We've seen stories of Tesla and other companies laying off workers. I know the tech industry has been struggling in a bunch of areas in terms of hiring, at least from people that I've heard is anecdotal to some degree, but I've definitely, you know, and this sort of shows it, right? To some degree, they have, in fact, just kind of cut out people, I think, in this moment. Intel just canned a bunch of people. Yeah, we talked about that, didn't we? Was it 15,000 workers? Endless growth. Yeah.
Taking workers longer to find jobs. Economic activity in the service sector, which is responsible for 2/3 of economic growth, slowed in June. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is how do you take all of these factors into account? Do you share my concern that as of today, there is a real risk of an increase in unemployment larger than is currently on your radar screen?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do, even more so than in March when we were here, see that. So we've seen, and I think the latest data show that labor market conditions have now cooled considerably from where they were 2 years ago. And I wouldn't have said that until the last couple of readings. And I would say also that for a long time, the risks were more that we would fail to hit our inflation target. I think the risks as to the two statutory targets we have, price stability and maximum employment, I think those are coming much more into balance.
I think most people here are smart enough to know that the Fed really shouldn't be the people attempting to find the balance of prices and employment. It's a fucking nonsense. It's a nonsense game. Okay, the fact is inflation we could be dealing with on a a non like a governmental level, but like not through interest rates, which is literally all the Federal Reserve can do, is play with interest rates essentially. And get things like what Joe Biden was has been trying to do with rent capping. We should have done that years ago, right? That certainly would have helped, right? Not these bankers at the Federal Reserve just playing with bond prices. Income inequality too. No, absolutely. Could raise the minimum wage. All right, let's go to this. This is a pretty disturbing story in business, also in tech. Technically, it's sort of a crossover here. CBS Evening News from 2 days ago. In a lawsuit, Justice Department claims TikTok collected data on children.
Illegal.
How rude.
Wait, why won't it let me click? Click. This is very rude. There we go.
The Department of Justice.
Yeah, exactly. When the Fed increases interest rates, borrowing becomes more expensive for businesses, leading to reduced investment and potentially, that's the operative word, potentially slowing job growth or even causing jail. It's not a given. It's just maybe it'll do it. We'll see. Maybe businesses will just need more employees and they'll continue hiring as they did for years. Meanwhile, people's credit card bills went up. Huge. People's mortgage payments went up huge, and as a result, rent also.
Filed a lawsuit against TikTok and its parent company ByteDance today for allegedly violating the law by collecting data on children under the age of 13. CBS's Scott MacFarlane has more now on what the company behind the popular social media app is being accused of.
TikTok, with 170 million users in the U.S., is accused of violating the law by allowing kids under 13 to create accounts to interact with adults on the platform. The Justice Department alleges TikTok collected and retained the personal information of kids without getting the permission of their parents. Though TikTok offers a kids mode for those under 13, which restricts their access on the platform, the suit argues TikTok failed to put in proper safeguards.
If they have kid mode, why wouldn't they also... It seems like a huge, and I want to say oversight, but I feel like it's more intentional. But with that existing, they could have simply said don't collect data on anybody using kids mode.
To prevent kids from creating general accounts. In a statement, the company tells CBS News, "We disagree with these allegations, many of which relate to past events and practices that are factually inaccurate or have been addressed. We are proud of our efforts to protect children, and we will continue to update and improve the platform."
Our kids are at risk on your platform.
The suit is just the latest federal scrutiny of TikTok's China-based owner, ByteDance.
Has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think that spying is the right way to describe it.
TikTok.
The fact is, though, I'm pretty sure TikTok's not the only one doing this. I've seen some very creepy stuff about other tech companies. US-based tech companies doing similar things. I'd like to see some progress on maybe some legal action being taken there. But that would be more complicated. TikTok is more invasive, though. It's possible. You could be right. Okay, it's Sunday Funday. So let's have a little bit of fun here. Let's go first to this. In Toronto. Global news from 13 hours ago. Caribana Weekend 2024. Caribbean Carnival Parade takes over Toronto.
It's hard to hear her, but impossible to miss Sienna Williams. Her costume taking up nearly the entire width of Lakeshore Boulevard.
Talk about your friend. You're one of your maker. It's based off of the Mother Earth, Gaia herself, Greek mythology, and the goddess of all life.
While she's been coming to Toronto's Caribbean Carnival since she was just 2 years old, others coming from around the world to enjoy the electric soca beats, stunning costumes, and food at the annual parade for the very first time.
I'm loving the day. We flew in from Atlanta, Georgia, so this is amazing for us.
Toronto isn't the only city to host an event like this. There are a number of carnivals that take place around the world to celebrate Caribbean culture. The Grand Parade in Canada's largest city is known as North America's biggest, capping off weeks of festivities.
I've jumped in Trinidad, I've jumped in other islands, but this right here is by far the absolute most amazing. Anybody needs to learn anything they need to know about the Caribbean culture, come to Carnival.
Where carnival veterans like Williams might just have you in awe.
Yeah, that thing is insane. Have you ever seen those beach? What's it called? Oh God, like the beach statues that move, like the moving beach statues. That's what that reminds me of, but it's just much more elegant. It's just huge. It's like she's like a moving statue, basically. Okay. Now let's go down to Mexico, where it's time for us to meet El Papi Luchador. The first time we saw him was on social media, and I liked it more than anything. I was amazed. And it's interesting to see that. Just like a wrestler in a costume. He manages to do all the moves. I think that's something difficult to achieve. No, El Papi Luchador. Damn! How dare you? How could you drop kick a puppy?
Illegal.
How could you? How could you, sir? Okay, let's go to this. PBS Terra. How corn took over the world. Might get a little corny in here.
This is the most secure vault we have on this site.
Okay, I'm excited to see what's behind this vault.
Things that money can't buy.
It's in your snacks and on your dinner plates. It's on your face and in your gas tank. Say hello to our dear friend maize, known to many as corn. It's been around for a long time, but today one industrialized strain of corn is rapidly replacing thousands of indigenous and local varieties. So what does this transformation mean for our food security and our cultural heritage? And why does this underground vault filled with corn have a security system like Fort Knox? I'm Shane Campbell-Staton, and this is Human Footprint.
Come with us. In Maizahu, what we do every day is we make tortillas.
Santiago and Danny love maize. Almost as much as they love their corgis.
Oh, that is so cute.
The key ingredient in a tortilla is maize. But at Maizahu, it's not just any maize.
So we have Michoacán, Puebla, really close to Oaxaca, Mexico, Estado de Mexico. So the idea is to get back all these corns to the people.
Sourcing ancient varieties of maize from farmers all over Mexico, Maizahu crafts their tortillas using a millennia-old process.
What this does?
Historical. Sorry, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I don't mean to disappoint you.
Better geneticist, working at one of the world's largest seed banks.
You have more security
in here than I've seen in any biological building I think I've ever been in. This is like CDC level.
It is like going into a bank vault.
How many different varieties of maize are in this room?
There are around 28,500 different kinds of maize.
28,500.
That's a lot.
Of all of them, do you have a singular favorite?
I have favorite colors.
Okay.
So I like the blue mazes and the pigmented maize. Most of the corn that you see in the shops is yellow or white. This is like being in a candy store for me. They're like jelly beans. Every different one is a flavor.
There's black corn, blue corn, red, yellow, and white, small, medium, and large. Experimentation by native peoples created tens of thousands of varieties of maize, each one adapted to a specific time, place, and purpose.
That is a lot of corn. Just incredible. 28,000 different kinds. If you had asked me before watching this video, hey, how many kinds of corn do you think there are? I would have said, I don't know, 10. Biodiversity truly is amazing. Okay. Let's look at this story from 11 days ago. About, well, this is a duck-related issue. It doesn't look like everybody's favorite duck is in chat for this, but let's do it anyway. It's a touching story.
A duck
God damn it.
sanctuary in Southern California suddenly has dozens of ducklings to care for. They rescued the baby birds after hundreds accidentally hatched.
Yeah, reporter Amanda Palacios from our sister station in Los Angeles explains how and how you can help these newborns.
The Duck Sanctuary in Winchester has become the temporary home for over 90 ducklings following an unexpected hatching incident.
Last Wednesday, we received a phone call from a lady, and she told us that she had 60 baby ducks that had hatched unexpectedly, and wondering if we could take them. She called us back later that evening and said, well, it's actually going to be a little bit more, probably closer to 200.
Those 200 ducks turned out to be closer to 600 to 800. According to founder Howard Berkowitz, the eggs were sitting in a warehouse and were initially intended for balut, a Filipino street food made by boiling fertilized eggs.
She's a balut distributor, so I don't know if you know what the process is, but basically it's a fertilized egg, and then around day 19 to 20 is when they actually cook them.
Howard says the sanctuary, along with a team of volunteers, helped rescue the baby ducks. Unfortunately, due to a decline in their health, only about 90 remain. But volunteers are doing everything possible to keep them alive.
We're doing whatever we can right now. We're giving them electrolytes, we're giving them vitamins, we're giving them baby food, we're giving them water.
Well, it's great to see babies thrive, but it's very hard when they don't. So, like he said, it is an emotional roller coaster.
So yeah, these ducks were saved from being food as they unexpectedly hatched. Hundreds of them, apparently. Saved to live out their life on a farm, being ducks. It's got what Brondo, it's got what ducks crave. Does it have electrolytes? Clip this story and send it to Donald Duck. I support you in doing that. You could clip it on Twitch. Yeah, can you clip on? I guess you can clip on YouTube too, but they don't post to the channel, I don't think. Okay, now let's go on to some weather-related news, climate stuff here. We're gonna continue to try to have fun throughout Sunday. But wait a second, I just realized we just went one full video over the limit. Just how did I? Why and how? How do these things happen? So sorry, chat, but we are gonna have to take a galactic intermission. That's right, we are done with the US news. But in the meantime, if you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Still trying to get this damn channel to 500 subscribers. A little bit short. So let those likes fly. And if you've done both of those things already, and you still want to help support the channel and everything we do here, well, you can become a galactic producer on Patreon for just a few US dollars a month. Get all sorts of super sweet galactic benefits. Stuff like being able to hang out here poolside. Galactic shoutouts every stream. A secret Discord channel. Unseen content. Just a sense of feeling like you've helped make all of this possible. Anyway, chat, click that link in chat if you would like to help support the Galactic News Network. But, time for a break. I see everybody spotted the new cat. It is playing with a dragonfly. This is true. There's a lot of galactic kitties. And I see Donald James just gigantified a galactic emote. Thank you for the biddies, Don James. Okay. Doesn't feel like a real break because I coming in and out here responding to chats. Whatever. Calling all space fans. The show is about to get back on the road. Yeah, I'm loving the way things are filling out as more and more people become patrons, add their flair to our galactic pool, and bar, and all of that. It's beautiful to see it populated by so many space fans. Okay, now let's get to the environment, which we started doing, and then I stopped myself from going too far. Okay. Start in Canada. There are multiple situations going on, including this landslide in BC, which we talked about a few days ago. Fears of giant water gush in the Chilcotin River are continuing to grow. Let's go here to global news from a day ago.
We're anticipating a flood sooner or later. We don't know how big it's going to be.
On the Silcatine Nation, they're bracing for what's to come after a massive landslide dammed the Chilcotin River in BC's Caribou.
Also worried about the people that might have property further down in the area.
Evacuation orders span 107 square kilometers. There are ecological concerns and fears for human safety.
Interior Health has relocated patients from Lillooet to an alternative location as a precautionary measure.
Current modeling indicates the water may go over the top instead of bursting through in a sudden rush. If it were to burst, the Chilcotin River would rise well above peak spring runoff. The Fraser River would be below typical spring peak water levels.
From what I heard last night, it's about 1 kilometer long and about 600 meters wide and still 30 meters high. The water is building up behind it.
Advisories have been issued urging people to stay away from the Chilcotin and Fraser River banks. Not everyone is adhering. On the Fraser River, north of Hope, one group continues to fish for sturgeon.
It's not going to come into 10 minutes. So if something happens there that's catastrophic, we're going to hear about it, and it's going to give us lots of time to get off the river today.
I see. He's a scientist.
Salmon migration could be severely impacted by the slide. Experts are most concerned about sockeye.
It's one of the largest stocks we have of sockeye in Canada that migrates to Chilco Lake. There's also Chinook salmon, which are not doing very well.
Large slides have hit.
Now, the one thing that I've been thinking about recently is while there has not been a ton of rain in BC recently, certainly could come at any time. It is hurricane season. Any number of storms could make their way up to BC or from across the Pacific. And, you know, I do think that if a lot of rain suddenly hits the area above where this dam is, things could get real fucking weird. That's a scientific term. Write that down. Okay, now let's go to Alberta, right next door to British Columbia, as the Jasper area wildfire is still going on, and a firefighter has apparently died in battling the blaze. CBS? No, CBC from 11 hours ago.
The latest on that wildfire continuing to burn in Alberta's Jasper National Park. There is some breaking news overnight. Police say a young firefighter died while battling the blaze. Chien Desjardins is tracking the details of this story for us this morning. What more can you tell us about what happened there?
Yeah, so this morning people are waking up to the awful news that a firefighter from Calgary has died while fighting the fire in the Jasper area. So RCMP say they were notified about the incident yesterday afternoon, and the 24-year-old was injured by a falling tree. He was airlifted to the hospital, but they were not able to save him. Now, the mayor of Jasper did send a statement that says this dedicated person traveled to Jasper to help us, to help protect our town and our home. Our hearts ache for their family, their loved ones, and their comrades. And Alberta's Minister of Forestry and Parks posted on X saying, "My heart goes out to the family and friends of this frontline hero who had an unwavering commitment to safeguarding our communities. On behalf of all Albertans, we grieve this terrible news with you." Now,
and I mean, this fire started what? Over a week ago now. Was it 2 weeks? Man, it was a while back now. But at the time, they did say this is going to go on for potentially months due to its location, accessibility to, you know, the necessary sorts of things like water. Not super easy in this moment for them to be able to put this massive blaze out. It may continue on for months. Unfortunately, this man lost his life battling the blaze. What's up with the smoked salmon talk in chat? How and also why are we talking smoked salmon? Is it because of the? Is it because of the wildfire? Oh, they were talking. They were talking about salmon, too, weren't they? Though, in the other video. I guess it could be either. All right. Let's go south to the United States. NBC LA from a day ago. Brush fire shuts down 215 freeway, burns next to homes.
Our other big story, we're following heat and wind making for a dangerous combination today. A brush fire in Murrieta shut down the 215 freeway, and it burned right up next to some homes. NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi joins us live from Murrieta with an update. Camilla.
Kathy, evacuation orders for this area have now been lifted and the fire has been knocked down. But earlier, a very different scene. Let's show you a closer look here of the area that this fire burned down. Crews remain here on scene, putting out any hot spots. The fire broke out alongside the 215 freeway northbound, north of Los Alamos Road, causing traffic to be backed up for miles. Let's go ahead and show you some video from News Chopper 4 that was captured from overhead. The blaze was reported sometime before.
But they've never been more thankful for that wall. Holy shit. That appears to be what protected them more than anything, was that big ass cement wall there. It's really there just to block highway noise.
This afternoon along the 215 freeway between Los Alamos and Clinton Keith roads. The northbound lanes of the freeway in the area had to be shut down. You can see from the video just how close those flames got to homes in the area. Fire officials say 8 homes adjacent to the freeway were evacuated. The fire burned about 4 acres alongside the freeway. No injuries were reported. Fire officials say there was some slight damage to structures. Here is more from the Murrieta Fire Chief.
She looks like her name is Cruella. Her name was Camilla. Camilla, not Cruella. Ridiculous. More Soul Life gaslighting. Classic Soul Life. Okay. Let's go and talk about this. I'm going to keep talking about wildfires in the United States here for a little bit, as they are not slowing down, really at all. First, we're going to talk about one specific one, then talk about them a little more broadly. CBS Evening News from 3 hours ago. Park fire continues burning as West deals with 85 large wildfires. By the way, the Park fire is the fifth.
In the American West this weekend, there's no end to the wild.
Park fire is the 5th largest in California history. You have 44 likes. Can you get another emotional spark? Okay, hold on. No, because you had a free one. You had a free Captain America. That is a Cisco. Please hold. There you go. There you go. Okay.
Fire threat. Right now, there are 85 large wildfires burning, 21 of those with evacuation orders, including in California's Central Valley. CBS's Elise Preston reports.
Strike crews at Northern California's Park Fire attacked the flames from the air as ground crews cut down giant trees to slow the spread of the nation's largest wildfire.
To get just as close as we possibly can to the active edge of the fire and try to stop it where it is.
Nervous homeowners are also protecting their property by using rocks, removing landscaping, and adding sprinklers.
I got a sprinkler system, which
on the roof.
I deployed 24 hours before the fire ever hit. So everything in that circle was saturated.
The massive inferno, which began less than 2 weeks ago, has burned more than 625 square miles and destroyed at least 564 structures. The park fire is especially devastating for Rick Perro, who lost.
Those numbers have gone up drastically. Over 500 structures destroyed now. Jesus Christ, this has
in both
escalated.
This and the historic 2018 campfire in nearby Paradise. This time, the flames also took his beloved pet, Cat Mandu.
He was family, so neither my wife or I had kids. So he was our youngest little fur kid, fur boy.
This is only.
Damn, that's sad. I feel like especially sad for this chat, as the Galactic, the Galactic chat is very pro-cat, from what I can tell, as there's been a great number of patron benefits used to display cats on our intermission screens. Heck yeah, we are, says Snicks, whose YouTube image is in fact a cat. Alright, let's go to this. PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago. PBS News Weekly. Climate change and raging wildfires, August 2nd, 2024.
Their mothers are.
No,
that passes
damn
to
you.
them and then lasts for those baby mice for a good chunk.
Why would you stop? And why would you? This isn't even where I stopped. Why would you do this to me? This is so rude.
Leave a wake of destruction.
I have not personally seen a fire grow so fast in such a short amount of time.
And cause dangerous air pollution levels to spike nationwide. The Colorado River, a vital resource for millions of Americans, faces overuse and drought fueled by climate change.
We are using about 20% more water than the river is delivering on the average. The reservoirs are going dry.
And as the world's best athletes compete at the Olympics in Paris, a heat wave sparks concerns for athletes and spectators alike. We look at how climate change could affect the future of sports globally.
Children are not going to be able to play baseball outside. People are not going to be able to play tennis outside. Something's got to give.
Welcome to PBS News Weekly. I'm William Brangham. In this episode, we're turning our attention back to climate change and how it intensifies extreme weather, causing devastation across the planet. This week alone, landslides triggered by torrential rains in southern India have killed at least 150 people. Heavy rains in Vermont crushed vehicles, caved in roads.
That number had been updated to over 200. We saw that yesterday.
And swept
This
away
video's
homes.
a little old.
And out west, wildfires are raging.
This is the view for firefighters on the front lines of California's Park Fire.
Jesus Christ.
The blaze, believed to be started by a local man's burning car, is now the 5th largest in state history.
I have not personally seen a fire grow so fast in such a short amount of time.
In just a week, nearly 400,000 acres burned across 4 counties, forcing thousands of evacuations and destroying hundreds of structures. In rural Cohasset, California, Dave Tejan and his son Jonathan are both members of the county fire department. While they battled to protect their town, their own homes were lost to the flames.
I feel luckier than some of the people here because we do have a few things, not very much, but a few things to hold in our hands that survived. The friends from that I've known for so many years have just stepped up and shown so much support. You know, I feel rich in that.
Christy and Michael Deneau also live in Cohasset. They lost their house to another fast-moving fire 6 years ago in Paradise, California. Now, this is all that remains of the home where they rebuilt their lives. They had no fire insurance.
The most important things I grabbed was me and my brother and sister have my mom's ashes along with my dad.
I'll bet they couldn't get it. Or it was prohibitively expensive in where they lived because they moved just whatever, a few kilometers away from paradise. But to leave paradise, to go not have fire and then have your fucking home burned down. Oh my fucking god.
Just was able to grab a few little pictures and her ashes.
The park fire's explosive expansion is nearly unprecedented, says UCLA climate scientist Daniel Swain.
This is definitely a top-tier event in terms of how quickly it moved across the landscape in those initial days. Some of the fastest rates of spread over that initial 24 to 48 hour period that we've seen on a wildfire in this part of the world.
Nearly 100 fires are currently burning across the West, and 4.5 million acres have already burned this year, about 1 million above average. This week, multiple blazes broke out across Colorado's Front Range, killing at least one person and forcing residents to flee their homes near Denver. Governor Jared Polis has now activated the National Guard to assist with logistics. Meanwhile, in Oregon, crews are stretched thin, battling more than 30 separate fires.
I've lived here all my life and never seen it this way.
To make matters worse, another brutal heat wave is forecast to turn up the temperature this weekend, a dynamic that Swain says continues to drive the intensity of this year's fire season.
All of that extra heat, even following what was a relatively wet winter in some places, has really dried out the vegetation, in some cases to near record dry levels.
And that means there's plenty of fuel for the fires yet to burn. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm...
Seriously though, that's what we've been saying, is that we're only in the sort of the formative stages of fire season right now. There's still a ton of fuel left for it to burn. More heat that is incoming as we've just entered the month of August, the hottest month of the year for America. And yeah, it's not gonna get better. There's very low likelihood that it improves from here rather than it just intensifies. Hold on, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. I gave you your new, okay, I almost couldn't remember for a second whether or not I gave you your new emotional support character. Hold on, we are gonna move a little bit down here.
Exposure to smoke-filled air can also shorten a person's life. It estimated that between 2008 and 2018, wildfire smoke in California was responsible for over 50,000 premature deaths, equating to an
55,000 just in California. And look at all the different places we've seen wildfires in just this last 6 months. Last couple months. last couple months. June and July was really when we started seeing them pop up. Although we saw a couple earlier in the year. Not just in California, Washington State, Oregon. Oh my God, Oregon! We just got earlier this week we were just talking about Oregon. Then Idaho. I mean, all these different places, Arizona, New Mexico. Adding that up, it must be 250,000 a year. Or, well, not 250,000 a year. It's technically over 10 years, so 5,000 a year in California. So, whatever, 25,000 a year.
Economic impact of over $400 billion. Anthony Wexler directs the Air Quality Research Center at the University of California, Davis.
I could just look it
he
up
wasn't involved in this
that
study,
data.
but says this is further evidence of how climate change is impacting human health.
Climate change is changing everything about the weather patterns that we're used to. Wildfire smoke emits a lot of PM 2.5, and so just extending those correlations, the higher the concentration, the more people will die from heart attack. And the wildfire smoke makes a lot of this PM2.5, and so we're going to see excess deaths.
So how do you know if the air you're breathing today is risky? Researchers measure that using what's called the AQI, or Air Quality Index. The higher the number, the more dangerous the air.
50% or so of the U.S. is under unsafe levels. And the scary part is that those with sensitive conditions, as well as the elderly or the very young, the levels are actually different. So, 100 is not considered safe for those individuals.
That's a huge number of Americans.
Yeah, half of the United States has bad air quality. That is a staggering number. Jesus Christ. I think that's by land mass. Wasn't clear. He didn't say whether it was by land mass or by population. Either way, it's concerning. All right, let's go on. This is CBS Colorado from a day ago. Program aims to build fire shields around every single Boulder County home.
Well, new tonight at 10, fighting wildfires before they even start. In Boulder County, that's what funds from a sales tax is paying for. And your investigator, Katie Weiss, is joining us live from Superior tonight. So, Katie, what are you learning?
Kelly, a very small sales tax here in Boulder County is going to make a big difference. It's paying for structure saving and really life-saving wildfire mitigation measures all across the county, house by house. And today I got a tour of this critical work that really could serve as a model for many other counties across our state.
Stone by stone, the owners of this home have built a hardscape shield to protect it from the worst.
That first 5 feet and beyond is really free of any woody debris or anything that could be flammable.
Meg Halford used to be a firefighter herself.
No more picket fences,
have,
people.
Some corrugated siding metal here.
Now she works for Wildfire Partners, a nonprofit that helps people implement wildfire defense measures.
We reimburse them up to $2,000 on that cost to do the work.
Wildfire Partners is mostly paid for thanks to a 0.1% sales tax for wildfire mitigation that Boulder County passed back in 2022. That might not seem like a lot, but it has paid for 3,000 homes to get free wildfire mitigation assessments in Boulder County so far. How many?
Yay, tax credits. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. That can't be the solution to these things.
4,000 do you have left?
A lot.
But her team is up to the task because at the end of the day, she says making improvements like these to a home can make a big difference.
It's critical because fire's going to happen, and nothing is a silver bullet. And we always say that the wildfire weather sets the stage, but the community conditions really determines the outcomes.
Wildfire Partners is now doing a pilot program to get more communities hardscape shields like these.
So yeah, unless I'm misunderstanding this, unless you're making enough money for a tax credit to be useful to you, you don't already have, you know what I mean? Like it just, you don't deserve fire protection, I guess. I don't know how that works exactly. A little confused. UBI would be better. PD. I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that solution. Okay, now it is Sunday Fun Day, so let's have some fun. Serious fun. I mean, well, it's very serious, but it's also going to be fun. It's seriously fun. That being, the World Dog Surfing Championship. Wait, we'll do it. Yeah.
So we're at the World Dog Surf Championship 2024, and there's so many people. This is like the best dog surf competition I've ever judged and seen in my lifetime.
What
a
wave! What a rock! I fucking love her. This is literally like the very best dog surfing competition that I have ever seen in my entire lifetime of 15 plus years.
I'm kind of judging dog surfing, basically like regular surfing. I'm judging it on the waves they do, if they're staying on the board long enough, how long they can manage to hold their balance.
A lot of these dogs just love water. They just love being in the water. You know, you got some of the dogs that even have their chew toys attached to the end of their boards, and they'll like drag the board in the water, want to be out there.
Okay, now we saw this yesterday, so I was just getting us ready because I decided to find more footage of this. This is from Sky News. Look how many people are here for the World Dog Surfing Championships. Is it the Dog Surfing World Championships? I don't know exactly how it's worded. World Dog Surfing Championship. Yeah. There's so many people here for this. Who knew this many dogs surfed? First off, I was completely unaware. Hold on, let's get us forward here to where the dogs are actually surfing. Oh, this is so cute. I think she's an excellent surfer. Got the dog on the board, pushing him over the waves. It's hilarious. Oh god. There's two. We need two people for this dog? That's serious. This other dog, I mean, they're going way out here on this wave. You see them? They're going far. That seems dangerous. The shark fin is amazing. That's a valiant attempt. I had lost where these other two went. They just like went off into the distance. Sky News, are you not getting it? You suck. You guys need to be better at your jobs. Here, oh my god, this dog is surfing so good right now. That was a perfect wave. 10 out of 10. That dog, incredible. Sky News' camera work, 2 out of 10. Damn you, Sky News. Why can't you be better? Huge budgets, terrible camera work, somehow. Unclear why. Okay. Now, I don't know who was declared the winner of this competition, but I think we all won in this beautiful display. All right, let's go on to this. This was Bernie Sanders' new podcast. Bernie, the Podcast. Episode 9 with Bill McKibben, where they discussed climate change.
Everybody to a very important show dealing with the most important issue facing our country and the entire world, and that, of course, is climate change. And we are delighted to have on the program Bill McKibben. Bill is an old and dear friend of mine. He lives 35 miles down the road in Ripton, Vermont. Bill wrote his first book on climate change called The End of Nature way back in 1989. And he's been out there year after year explaining to people all over the world what climate change is going to do to our planet. But not only as a writer, he is an extraordinarily good organizer, one of the founders of 350.org. Bill, thanks so much for being with us.
Well, Bernie, many thanks to you. And, you know, I just really want people to know before we start, because you won't say it, but you've been on top of this issue for a very long time. You and I started going around to your Sunday morning town halls across Vermont 25 years ago and talking about these issues back when there was no one in the U.S. Senate talking about them. And you have kept it up to the absolute last minute. So many thanks.
Well, thank you. And you have been a mentor to me on many of these issues. All right, let me just bore people for a few minutes and go over the reality of what is happening not only in America today, but throughout the world. And it's important that everybody understands this. The last 10 years have been the hottest on record. Each of the last 13 months have been the hottest on record. July 22nd, just a week ago, was the hottest day on record, breaking the record set just the day before on July 21st. In June, now we're just talking about a month ago, in June alone, billions of people across 5 continents sweltered under heat waves that broke more than 1,000 temperature records. Right now, as we speak, the Mediterranean is experiencing a massive heat wave that would have been virtually impossible without climate change, according to the World Weather Attribution. This past spring, an extreme heat wave lasting weeks led to severe water shortages and dozens of deaths in Mexico and Central America. This past June, more than 1,300 people died in Saudi Arabia on the Hajj pilgrimage during an extreme heat wave. Earlier this summer, weeks of extreme heat in Pakistan overwhelmed hospitals and led to severe water shortages and frequent power outages.
Hold on. We've covered many, if not most of those stories. So I'm going to move us along a little bit in this conversation here.
Degrees to that and just try to imagine what the world is like, especially if, like the vast percentage of people on this planet, you have to work outdoors, you know? We're right at the edge. Maybe even more importantly, Bernie, we're now doing severe damage to the fundamental systems of the planet. You know, both poles are melting fast, and we had damaging new evidence this week of how fast the biggest glacier in the Antarctic is disappearing. We had a really terrifying paper yesterday which put a date for the first time on when we can expect the Atlantic currents like the Gulf Stream to shut down or collapse. And the number was 2050 plus or minus 10 years. So we're not talking about, something that's going to happen someday. We're now in the rapids heading right for the brink of the waterfall, and we've got almost no time. This is the part that I think people, even people who understand that we have a problem, don't quite understand that it's a problem with a time limit. We have so many political things that we deal with our whole lives. We've been talking about national health care as long as you and I have been alive. And someday we will do it, largely thanks to your efforts, and that'll be good because people will stop dying and going bankrupt. But the fact that we delayed for 50 years won't make it harder when we finally decide to do it. Climate change isn't like that. Once you've melted the Arctic, nobody's got a plan for freezing it back up again. So the IPCC has told us cut emissions in half by 2030 to have some hope of staying on those Paris targets. By my watch, 2030 is 5 years and 6 months away. So we've got our work cut out for us now.
All right, I don't want to get too much into the doomsday scenario. It's kind of my personality, but what we are seeing now is not only these heat waves and extreme weather disturbances and the implications of warming oceans and Antarctica and so forth. We're also seeing more drought, more flooding, more forest fires as we speak. Right now on the West Coast, terrible forest fires. Texas had the worst forest fire a little while ago than they have ever had. Bill, if
so hot right now.
I mean, I almost hesitate to raise the bleak subject, but if the world does not get its act together, what is this planet going to look like in 10 years?
The remainder of this century is going to be extraordinarily grim, verging on impossible if we don't get our act together very fast. You could measure this in any number of ways. Let's pick just one. The UN estimates that on a kind of business as usual climate trajectory, we can expect to see between 1 billion and 3 billion climate refugees over the next decades. You're a student of American politics. You know what 1 million refugees turning up on our southern border did to discombobulate our politics and turn it into the ugly mess that it is now. The same thing in Europe. Multiply that by 1,000 or 3,000 and try to imagine what kind of world we're living in, and then do and then do public health and
and imagine some of the responses. I mean, we're going to talk about the UK riots again today as they continued. As we said, as I was saying yesterday, I believe that they were going on, and I was not wrong. Think about what the kind of responses people like that would have to 1,000 times as many immigrants showing up in Britain or in the United States, other places that are fear-mongering about immigrants now.
And people are forced to migrate.
They have no choice.
Their home countries because what? They can't grow crops. There is
Central America gets stuck in this cycle of deep drought and then massive fierce hurricanes. Look at a map. It's right between two huge oceans, so it's exquisitely vulnerable to the rapid increase in the temperature. I mean, the Syrian refugee crisis that discombobulated Europe was set off. The Syrian civil war, historians are now quite clear, was set off in part by the worst drought ever in what we used to call the Fertile Crescent, which drove millions of farmers off their land and into the city, and the Assad administration couldn't deal with it in any way, and things exploded. These are the kind.
It's part of it. Hold on. Can't watch this whole thing. You worry about our islander friends. Certainly. There's been a lot of problems with people on islands because the water is just going into contributing to their demise much quicker. the destruction of those countries has been rapid quite recently. Even people who aren't islanders, who live on very low-lying coastal areas, are also getting just crushed. I mean, look at the Philippines. Although, I mean, that's an island. It's a big-ass island, but it's an island. So what happened in Manila earlier this year, that was... it's pretty wild. I'm gonna move on to this. Let's see what New Yorkers think of climate change. And by New Yorkers, I mean just random people on the streets in New York. Here's CBS New York from 9 hours ago.
Craig Allen's forecast Saturday was spot on because torrential downpours made a mess of our area yesterday. It was a slow go on the FDR as heavy rain.
Not that one, this one.
Thank you for joining me. How much do New Yorkers care about climate change, and is it affecting their lives? They're weighing in on your point. Are you concerned about climate change?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. Of course.
I don't have any concern. Kind of sort. I'm really concerned about being late for work. I'm already a senior citizen, and I can't believe the change in my lifetime.
That was the sassiest answer we're probably going to hear on the Galactic News Network for a while. That was incredible.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Of course. Of course.
I don't have any concern. Kind of sort. I'm really concerned about being late for work. I'm already...
That was the most New York response of all time.
A senior citizen, and I can't believe the change in my lifetime. And if it keeps going like this, who knows?
It's something that we could have solved a long time ago. It's something we need to take care of now.
It affects everybody. I have 2 daughters, and I want to make sure I leave the planet in a very good state for them in the future, for my grandchildren.
What effects of climate change are you seeing?
The thing is about that response, like honestly saying I'm actually more concerned about being late for work is part of the problem, right? And I'm not blaming her. I'm blaming the system that we live in, capitalism itself. You know, people who are more concerned about their finances are less likely to be concerning themselves thinking about the environment. It's not a guarantee at all, right? I'm sure there's plenty of people who watch this who are concerned about the environment who are also not doing great financially, but I'm just saying that just statistically, it makes people less apt to engage in some of this stuff to some degree, right? It's not 100%, obviously. The fact is, though, if you don't know how you're going to pay your rent, it's harder and harder to consider big picture type things like this.
Fires.
Storms.
It's getting hotter.
I mean, it was like 90 degrees for all of June here.
Temperatures are just off the charts.
There's heat wave in almost every part of the world.
Warmer winters, hotter summers.
Insane rainstorms.
A lot of storms.
And that's
a tornado.
It seems like most New Yorkers are pretty concerned, though. Not gonna lie. At least in this small slice from this CBS interview on the street. What does that mean? I don't know. Just trying to keep this lighter than usual. It's hard. It's hard when we talk about climate change every fucking day. But it is that important. Okay, we talked about this. Heading towards Florida, that being Tropical Storm Debbie, which is expected to grow into a hurricane, but not necessarily. Let's go here. NBC News from 3 hours ago.
Tropical Storm Debbie drenching Florida, dumping heavy rain through the Gulf Coast.
It happened that fast when it comes through some of these businesses and the residences, and
damn,
it's not a great feeling.
Moving at a crawl, Debbie has the power to pack a punch with rainfall, storm surge, and flooding, threatening cities and towns through its path. In Florida's Horseshoe Beach, residents know all too well what high waters can do.
This is how high things got.
Sunset Grill owner Christine Laney says the damage from Hurricane Idalia this time last year was catastrophic. People now on Debbie's track, preparing for the worst, hoping for the best.
We've removed all of the equipment from within the kitchen.
You may get hit with an awful lot of water, a lot of rain.
Almost all of Florida under a state of emergency. 3,000 National Guard members ready to assist emergency responders. NBC's Guad Benegas is in Tampa, which could see up to a foot of rain.
Tampa Bay getting hammered by the rain with the waves crashing onto the causeway. Authorities here are worried about the surge and possible flooding from the rain.
States of emergency in effect for Georgia and South Carolina.
Now is the time to prepare. Don't go outside. We're expecting a lot of water with this event.
Back in Florida, residents bracing for what could be a long week ahead after what has already been a long year of recovery.
It's heartbreaking, but there's not much you can do about things like this.
Well, there are some things we could do to improve the Earth's conditions, but as a Floridian, I'm sure she probably doesn't think about those sorts of things. Alright, that's not fair. I'm sure there's Floridians who care about climate change. Let's go to this. This is the most recent 4 hours ago.
Good evening and thank you for joining us on this Sunday. Tonight, more than 10 million people along Florida's Gulf Coast are on alert as the first hurricane of this season is set to strike the state. Right now, Debbie is a tropical storm and gaining strength as we speak. It's fueled by the warm waters in the Gulf. It is big and moving slowly, making it very dangerous, even life-threatening. President Biden has declared an emergency across Florida. Multiple days of torrential rainfall are forecast across the southeast. CBS's Tom Hansen is in Crystal River, Florida, where the effects of the storm are already being felt. Tom, good evening to you.
Hey there, Jerika. Good evening to you as well. You know, we are being hit by the outer bands of the storm, and we've been watching as this inlet has gotten fuller and fuller of rainwater. It's just one of many conditions that are going to get worse as we head into the night. Debbie is on a...
Good evening to you, chat.
The Florida coast. The storm is expected to strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall in the state's Big Bend region.
This is not necessarily going to be something that just passes and then we don't see any effect. You can continue to see flooding, and you may even see a rebound of the storm.
I wonder if he's wearing the high heels
Tens
right
of
now.
Thousands of people have already lost power, and more than 1,500 flights have been canceled nationwide. High wind warnings are in effect across the northern part of the state tonight, with gusts expected to reach speeds over 75 miles an hour.
Damn. Florida just got done with flooding recently, if I'm not mistaken. And here we are again. Not even an umbrella? I feel like an umbrella is not going to be very helpful with the situation. Alright, let's go to this. BBC News from 12 hours ago. How do heat waves affect our mental health?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
When it comes to extreme weather and climate change, we often focus on how it will impact our futures and the world we live in.
UN scientists are warning we are on course for devastating changes to our climate.
They say the world is expected to warm above 1.5 degrees Celsius by the early 2030s.
But researchers are now starting to understand that it's also already affecting our mental health.
Climate change is bearing directly on brain health, on mental health, on our inner psychology, right? Climate change is changing us from the inside out.
In the UK, 1 in 4 adults and 1 in 10 children experience mental illness. And there's growing evidence that dealing with a changing climate is adding to that burden.
We know a lot more about the physical impacts of climate change, but we're now starting to get a better appreciation and understanding of how climate change impacts mental health. In the UK, the patterns of changing temperatures in particular are very stark. In 2022, we had the hottest year on record, where daytime temperatures soared over 40 degrees for the first time in history.
The past hour or so, we've had the UK Met Office issuing its first ever red warning for extreme heat.
After the 2022 heat wave in the UK, Charles and a team of researchers set out to study how the extreme heat affected people's well-being. Over half of the people they spoke to experienced negative impacts on their mental health due to the heat.
People talk about things like experiencing severe anxiety and emotional distress, general irritability, bad moods, a sense of isolation from having to stay indoors. A lot of these impacts could be linked to sleep disruption.
Yeah, that's not great. I think a lot of that makes sense. Sort of... You know, sort of expected, I think, these sorts of things. I think many of us implicitly know them, right? You get too hot, you get irritable. There's nothing much we can do but stop the emissions and help those directly affected by climate disasters. I guess we'll see. We should probably get to work on it ASAP. Now, I feel like I'm definitely gonna get copyright struck for this. I am not 100% on that. But hold on a second. It is Sunday Funday after all, so I am trying to abide.
We are officially in the dog days of summer, which means I can finally bust out my slip and slide. It used to belong to the kid next door, but it turns out a lot of kids' stuff you can just walk up and take. But this summer it's so hot you can't even make it down the slide without your nuts sticking to the vinyl.
It's been one of the hottest summers on record across the U.S. A relentless heat wave smashing records in the Northeast.
Monday was the hottest day ever recorded on Earth. The previous record, which was set on Sunday, only lasted 24 hours.
It's hot. Really, really hot. The hottest day ever recorded on Earth. Suck on that, dinosaurs. We can destroy the planet ourselves. We don't need an asteroid like you pussies.
That is impressive, actually.
Yes, this summer the heat is kicking our ass more than usual. Last week, it was so hot in New York that, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, I asked the Hawk-Tua girl to hit me in the forehead. And this...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, just figured we'd do a little comedy here. Get Lewis Black in the mix. Even he's getting in on the action. Okay. Let's go here. Euro news from 17 hours ago. Swaths of Romania face drought, leading to empty reservoirs and failing crops. That's bad.
An ongoing heatwave has led to severe drought in some parts of Romania, with lakes drying up and crops being damaged. In the country's southern Galati county, it hasn't rained for 3 months, causing the Talabaska Lake to dry up almost entirely. Local residents have expressed alarm at the situation.
How many of these pictures do we see here? It's a new one every week, every few days. Didn't we just get done? We looked at like multiple examples of stuff like this in Europe. I feel like in the last two weeks we've seen like 3. No one intervenes. This county will be a desert soon. It's very hard here. The trees have whitened, the corn has whitened, the water from the fountain has dried up. It was so good before.
Romania is also expected to see significant losses in corn and sunflower crops as plants struggle to survive in the heat.
Okay. Yep, so, there's Romania, just one in a number of countries that we've seen dealing with water issues. Saw it in Spain, we saw it in, where was it, Sicily, as well as mainland Italy. Greece, pretty sure. I mean, the list of how many countries we've actually seen dealing with water issues is so high, I don't even know. It would be easier, maybe, to list the countries we haven't discussed. Which I think paints quite a bleak picture of where we're at right now. Now, here's a place that's not dealing with a drought, as they are having extreme rains. And that's Pakistan, where a glacial lake burst the riverbanks, causing floods. Holy fuck. Local villages are facing a huge loss after the rain and flood. Food items and basic necessities are getting out of stock in the market as the road network is damaged and transportation is blocked. Villagers are facing difficulty in getting drinking water. Also, the water channels for irrigation are completely destroyed. Just one of many places in Asia that have been just being completely blasted by rains, flooding, landslides. You've been seeing all of that in in Asia over the last weeks. Let's go to another flood that happened in India. Just south of Pakistan.
Washed away. Homes, roads, bridges, and hundreds of people. Trees uprooted, and swathes of tea plantations destroyed. The result of multiple landslides in the Wayanad district of Kerala in southern India after weeks of heavy rain.
Jeez. We lost everything, my house and my car. In a second, we lost our means to earn a living. We have lost everything now.
Thousands of people have nowhere to go and are wondering about missing friends and family. Search and rescue operations have accelerated thanks to a newly built bridge and a reduction in rain. And while hopes for survivors are dwindling, some have been found alive.
Wow. I can't believe how fast they built that fucking bridge. They built that bridge in like 2 days. We saw them building this bridge, like, whatever, like 2 or 3 days ago. And I was not expecting it to look so legit. And to have done it in, like, literally, whatever, like 48 hours? Maybe I'm exaggerating slightly, but... it is nice to hear that some people were, in fact, saved from that flood. Actually, why am I... hold on. I don't know why I just turned away from this. I was just shocked
and while
by
hopes
that
for
bridge.
survivors are dwindling, some have been found alive. Now concerns are turning to a possible secondary disaster. Hundreds of people are still missing, believed to be buried under the debris, livestock too, and authorities are worried about the spread of disease if the bodies aren't recovered.
We cannot let this disaster lead to another disaster, an epidemic. We have to avoid the spread of an epidemic at all costs.
Meanwhile, up north, in Himachal Pradesh, there are similar scenes. Cloudbursts drenched 3 districts, causing flash floods that damaged houses, schools and hospitals.
A huge incident occurred in which many of our relatives died, so we are going back to their homes for their funeral.
Around 100 pilgrims who were...
Okay. Sorry, it's not fun. But it is one of the more disturbing climate disasters that we saw this week, and that's saying something considering how much we looked at. Oh, God. And the official number, I believe, is over 200 people dead. Still dozens missing. We'll see how that turns out. Hopefully the flooding slows down. I mean, that government official did not sound very optimistic. Now let's look at something that is sort of in the spirit of the last week, being the Olympics. Excellence. Acrobatics, things like that. This is truly incredible. We just got done seeing the well, I'm gonna let this video speak for itself, in fact. Don't lie to me right now, okay? Don't lie to me. Put 1 in the chat if this dog is better at skateboarding than you. That is a pro corgi. That is a pro corgi. Okay, alright. Enough puppy videos. For now. Who knows? Who's to say? I'm not in charge of these. I'm not in charge of these things. Let's go here. This one's fun. Earth's history is hidden in these strange maps. PBS Terra from 2 weeks ago. I am in charge. It was a lie.
Deep ancient channels so massive in scale they can be seen from space. Ripple marks, like something you'd typically see on a beach, but they're the size of sand dunes. This is no ordinary river channel. It's the scar from one of the most violent, earth-changing events to happen in the last 20,000 years.
Rolling. All right, here we go. As you might have guessed, these are not ordinary photos. They were created by shooting lasers.
These
at
look
our planet's
super
surface.
cool.
This unique view of Earth's terrain
Wait,
lets
what did he just say?
shooting lasers at our planet's surface. This unique view of Earth's terrain lets us peer into the past of how the landscape was sculpted and shaped by massive forces. Scientists have been piecing together that story for over a century, but this new way of seeing into
These
Earth's
are
past
insane.
is uncovering new secrets, and it's even helping us prepare for future disasters.
It's science.
This is the Colorado River and the site of perhaps one of the largest floods in Texas history. July 1869, several days of relentless rainfall swept across northwest Texas. As the water rushed across the state to meet the sea, this river swelled to more than 10 miles wide. No flood in Texas since has come close to matching this unthinkable volume of water. But today, the marks of that historic flood are invisible to the naked eye. But scientists have developed a way of looking at the Earth which uncovers these scars of the past, using a technology called LiDAR.
This fingerprint of the Colorado River tells us its entire life story, showing how it flowed and evolved over hundreds, even thousands of years. It uncovers hidden marks in one of the biggest floods in Texas history. But one of the most violent and catastrophic floods in Earth's history was here in the Pacific Northwest.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. It is very cool, though. You are right, Jerry. I agree. And it's lasers? I mean, come on. You know I'm going to cover stuff with lasers.
Drop off that we can see behind us. There should be something here that would have clearly caused this dramatic change in landscape, but there wasn't a clear explanation for it.
Brett's had a revolutionary idea for what carved these giant features into the landscape. Around 15,000 years ago, giant ice sheets blanketed most of Canada and the northwestern United States. In this narrow valley, a colossal ice dam, half a mile high and 23 miles wide, ruptured, unleashing the waters of a giant inland lake, Glacial Lake Missoula. A deluge of water equivalent to one of the Great Lakes surged across the Pacific Northwest from Idaho to the Pacific Ocean in a matter of days. A colossal, ancient mega-flood. Scouring the land and carving an entirely new landscape in mere hours. But Daniel and his colleagues are uncovering new secrets about this ancient disaster that are only visible with their LiDAR technology.
With LiDAR, it's just that next level of spatial awareness. We can see things that would have been unimaginable to Brett. It's a new way of perceiving the shape of the Earth.
Joel and I embarked on a project recently creating some new maps of the geomorphology of the channeled scablands. This area had not been covered by LiDAR data up until a few months ago.
The story of Earth is written in the curves and scars of its surface. LiDAR shines literal light on this invisible past, allowing to time travel back to one of the most destructive events in Earth's history.
The thing that amazes me about these landscapes, the channeled scablands, is just how huge they are. When you're standing here in person, walking through the landscape, you really understand their scope and their scale.
Okay, cool. I just thought that was a fun story for us to do. I'm always saving things in playlists for Sunday fun days, especially because, you know, it's hard to fill the fun sometimes, I feel like. But it's not technically space news. Those images, those laser images, are taken from planes, not from spaceships. Or what you probably were assuming, satellites. Nope, done on planes. Otherwise it would have been in space news. Which is not now. Now it's time for the Galactic Intermission. That's what now is. And if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Otherwise, you'll miss all that super sweet galactic content. Now, if you've done both those things and you'd still like to help support the Galactic News Network even more, well, here's a fantastic idea that I implored you to do. That being clicking that link in chat and becoming a Galactic patron. For just a few dollars a month, you gain access to super sweet space benefits. And also, be among an elite group of galactic individuals.
It's science.
Alright, chat. Take a dip in the galactic pool here, grab yourselves a drink from our bar. I'll be right back. Hello to you, Marvius Dragon. Okay. Don't worry, I'm not gonna end the break yet. Don't worry. I am back. Done all the galactic things necessary in this intermission. So many raptors in chat, my god. Alright, Space Vams, that galactic intermission is over. New screen? I don't think any of those are new. Not that I'm aware of. Did I click anything? No, and I didn't click anything new. All that is all the same. We've just been adding more and more things to them because patrons keep adding gifts and pics to them, and the alley? No, the alley is not new. It's not new. It's been around. The fact is, I skipped the alley because there's no actual patron emotes on there, and so if I ever skip any of them, it is the alley. So maybe that's why you don't notice it. But the rest of them do have contributions from our galactic producers. For instance, like Dancing Gary, that was me. I put Dancing Gary there on all those things. Same thing for the, let's think, the sax guy, that's me. There's like a couple things in all these. For me, then the rest is the contributions of our patrons. It's a beautiful mix of all of us together. Gary is always with us, that's true. Write that down. Put that on a t-shirt. Maybe I should sell Galactic Gary shirts. Would you buy Galactic Gary shirts? One in chat if you'd buy Galactic Gary shirt. 50 likes? Oh god, I feel like that's gonna be a rollover. I could be wrong. Hold on, hold on. 11. Oh, that's a Gary. Oh my god. That is hilarious. Oh, it's so sad none of you can see this. Oh my god, that is incredible. That's an 11. That's a Gary. That's a fucking Gary. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to space news. It is that time. It's time for space. Global news from a day ago. Using AI and an eye. Oh, global news with the puns. Using AI and an eye from space to keep whales safe. Wait, do I have my whale sounds on the board still? I don't. Damn it. By the way, I'm going to apologize right now because it is lagged. However, I was able to change it on one of these already, so maybe we'll get that Gary. Otherwise, you have a Gary in the bank on rollover. Oh, this is fucking... God dang it, I muted it. Why? Oh, right, because I was playing the video in the background. Damn it.
With roughly 360 North Atlantic right whales in the world, agencies in Canada are trying to protect those left. A search for solutions not only on Earth, but in space.
So how do you see a whale?
So what we've done is we've trained machine learning algorithms to spot whales using satellite images.
In other words,
what we did with the artificial intelligence is to come up with what I would call a facial recognition for the North Atlantic right whale species in particular.
And that's just the start. This Nova Scotia company...
Now that's insane. Facial recognition for whales? I didn't even think about that ever being possible.
Global Spatial Technology Solutions can find not only the whales, but nearby vessels around them. And using data like marine traffic patterns and whale feeding areas,
we can get a higher probability of a collision occurring.
And hopefully prevent them.
Our concept would allow us to identify and subsequently track the whale in what we would call a moving haven. That means that we could limit the area so that fewer ships would have to slow down and move over.
The company started working on the idea in 2021.
And we have staff, of course, as I've mentioned, located across the country from...
It's part of a program launched by the Canadian Space Agency, which divided $5.3 million among 5 companies tasked with using space tech to track whales.
There are current methods for monitoring them with aircraft.
Well, they certainly didn't spend any money on webcam technology. Holy shit, look at this guy. That's one of the worst videos I've seen in my days as a spacecaster.
Difficulty with that is, though, you have to cover a large area with a very small amount of technology.
With satellites, could potentially see a whale without ever leaving shore, but it's not quite that simple.
Whatever we see from space has to be validated by what we see on the surface.
Kirby says there's still several years of research ahead, time of the essence for this endangered species.
Climate and everything are the same word.
So yeah, I thought that was a great tie-in from one to the next. Both an environmental and a space story. As we go on to the global news. You saw a story about scientists tracking a whale that got stuck for a long time in the Atlantic. It was stuck because of shipping routes. Shocking. See the shipping routes coming in, causing problems. Who would have expected that? Oh, right. It's literally a documented problem. Okay, let's go to this. This is in the UK and also in our title. Rioters attack hotel housing asylum seekers amid far-right violence. This is from Channel 4 News from 10 hours ago. Donald James wants me to hydrate. I will do that.
Anti-immigration rioters attack a hotel in Rotherham as the violence grows and the Prime Minister calls out far-right thuggery.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta say, and I know Channel 4 has other music. This is the worst music ever for this. Okay, it's like this, at least me personally, I would characterize this music as being somewhat triumphant sounding. It's like a march, right? You know, it is the absolutely the wrong vibe you want for this. And yet that's what they went for. And that's what listening. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Hating migrants, all the immigrants, and all the bus love.
I won't shy away from calling it what it is. Far-right thuggery. To those who feel targeted because of the colour of your skin or your faith, I know how frightening this must be. I want you to know that this violent mob do not represent our country.
Good evening. Even as...
I felt... Wait. I'm reading comments, but did he say what I just think he said? He knows what it's like to be discriminated against and to be afraid because you're different. Keir Starmer. In what way? When did he When did he experience that in his lifetime? I'm curious. So far, going really good here.
Minister was condemning a wave of violence that he said singled out Muslims and other ethnic minorities. It was still unfolding. In Rotherham, rioters shouted, "Get them out," broke windows, and some appeared to smash their way inside a hotel housing asylum seekers. Chairs and fence posts were thrown at police, who were continuing to deal with disorder outside the Holiday Inn hotel. We'll be live in Middlesbrough tonight, where some 300 protesters gathered at the town's cenotaph with chants of "We want our country back." It follows yesterday's unrest in several towns and cities across England and Northern Ireland. We also report from Liverpool on what the police called a night of deplorable violence in which 23 people were arrested. Well, the violence escalated rapidly in Rotherham this afternoon as rioters attacked a hotel housing asylum seekers. Home Secretary...
This is disgusting. It's just this, you know, this hateful violence aimed at non-British people, quote unquote. You know, and it's horrifying. Some of the examples of things we saw, and have, you know, over the last few days since this started is pretty gross. And I think it started a little bit, like a couple of days before we even started talking about it on the stream. I could be wrong.
Vet Cooper said police had full government support for the strongest action against those responsible. While in Middlesbrough, a crowd of around 300 people marched through the town centre, some attacking police, others smashing the windows of houses and cars. From Middlesbrough, our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson, has this report.
Today, Yorkshire, Rotherham. Crowds clashing with police outside a hotel where immigrants are being housed. Bottles and furniture thrown at the police, masked men shouting Yorkshire. A bin set on fire by rioters with little regard for anyone inside the hotel.
Can you imagine being somebody inside this hotel? Either working or living there because you are an asylum seeker? I mean, fucking hell, this is be terrifying.
At times, appearing outnumbered.
Right now,
like sharpening broomsticks.
there are attacks happening on a hotel in Rotherham. Marauding gangs intent on law-breaking, or worse. Windows smashed, fire set ablaze, residents and staff in absolute fear. There is no justification, none, for taking this action.
Early afternoon, hundreds had gathered in Middlesbrough's city centre. Everyone we spoke to condemned the violence, hated the term hard right. They just feel immigration's out of control.
Hold on. What does this say? I don't know who those people are. Tom Jones or Axel Ruda-Kuban.
Condemned the violence, hated the term hard right. They just feel immigration's out of control, opinions forceful and to many fanciful.
It's our country and we're getting pushed out. I understand how the Native Indians felt in America. Now because only it's the white man getting pushed out of this country.
Well, I hope everything goes.
Wow, listen to that. Now, I do know enough about Britain to know that that's bullshit. I'm pretty sure that England, the UK, is like not quite 90, but it's like 85% white or something. What is she talking about? I'm being pushed out. I'm being pushed out of here.
Peacefully. I think that's what the majority of the families and that have come here today is for. Peaceful demonstrations, no riots. We don't want to be like everybody else labelled far right.
So first, this man let his flag do the talking.
There's been a lot of aggro, there's been a lot of trouble. That can't be right.
No, it isn't right. It's we're not condoning it.
Oh my God.
Do you condemn it?
I condemn it, but what I'm saying is people now are at boiling point.
First,
you know, people who love their flags too much are the same everywhere. You know, in America, in Britain, if you see too many flags, it's usually a bad sign, unless it's an actual parade.
Moment's silence for the 3 girls murdered in Southport. And then the march. Along the city's main Linthorpe Road, scuffles with riot police as one group tried to break the police cordon. City centre mosques asked worshippers to stay away this weekend because of safety fears. We witnessed several arrests. The police say the total is 16 so far.
And so the familiar pattern unfolds. The crowd now swelled to close on 1,000 people or more. It's true, some abhor the violence, they condemn it, but hundreds are in...
Which ones are condemning it exactly? Certainly not the people throwing things and getting out of hand over this manufactured outrage of a situation. As we already discussed at length at this point, all this was ginned up on false claims from sick people, and it's you know, it's just an excuse for people who already had xenophobic, anti-Muslim views to let it out in a, you know, just a destructive manner. That seems to be all it is at this point, and ever was. Let's go to this to get Al Jazeera's take on this situation. They had a couple people talk about this. Came out 8 hours ago.
Days of rioting in England and Belfast. Social media has been used by the far right to spread rumors about immigrants and organize protests that have become violent. Thousands of police officers are on alert. So, what's behind the surge in violence? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. Thousands of police officers are on high alert in the UK after rioting in cities and towns in England and in Belfast. The violence has been blamed by Prime Minister Keir Starmer on far-right activists and groups organizing themselves online. Individuals, rather than organizations, seem to have been driving the protests, almost all focused around migrants. Mosques have also been targeted. Migration has been a leading topic in politics and media in the UK for several decades, with some newspapers and politicians carving out a hardline stance. The last Conservative government had planned to deport illegal migrants to Rwanda, a plan dropped by the new Labour one. So, why has there been such a widespread and sudden upsurge in violence? And how have politics and media affected attitudes on migration? We'll be discussing this with our guests shortly, but first, this report from Victoria Gatenby.
Hold on, we don't need to watch this because we've pretty much gone through all of this at one point or another. But I thought that some parts of this discussion were really good. They had a few panelists on to discuss. Let's just start around here.
The long lineage of anti-immigrants, Islamophobic demonisation that we've seen in our mainstream politics now for years, but particularly intensifying in the last few weeks and months since October 7th with Gaza and what's been happening there, and then with the general election campaign, both during and afterwards, the kind of narratives that we saw being espoused by our mainstream political parties, the trading in insults around Muslim communities has become quite normalised by our mainstream political parties. And so it's unsurprising when you see such a hostile environment created by our politicians that then erupts on our streets in the way it has done over the last few days.
Katie, I saw you reacting quite a bit to what Shabna was saying there. It looked like you wanted to jump in, so please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think I'd just echo what Shabna was saying, really. We've witnessed with the election campaign and actually long predating that with Brexit as well, the normalisation of anti-immigration discourses, not just from the far right, but from those at the heart of the mainstream within the Tory party and the Labour Party as well. At these protests, there's been signs that say...
She makes a great point. It goes from, you know, one end of the spectrum to the other, pretty much. Excluding, I would say, like, the Greens, I guess. But yeah, we've definitely seen examples of this, although the explicitness, the explicit nature of it, if you will, is certainly on a sliding scale when you talk about these different parties, obviously, but yeah, it's still there.
The votes, and that's a direct quote from the previous Conservative government. And then you've got Labour coming in. Now, they did scrap the Rwanda policy, as you mentioned, but they did that often kind of claiming that it was because the policy was ineffective. They weren't challenging the premise of it or the principle of it. And Home Secretary Yvette Cooper has said that the security of Britain's borders is her top priority as well. So we've seen a continuation of this violent rhetoric from the mainstream, and that's played a key role in emboldening these actors and creating the atmosphere that we're seeing in Britain at the moment.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good sort of nutgelling of all of it. She really hit all of the things there, especially as it relates to what might have fed into this kind of sentiment, making people feel justified in doing what they're doing right now. Where was this other? There was a bunch of really good commentary in this, not gonna lie, but we can't watch all of this. I have so much stuff, because I wanted to have a very fun Sunday fun day, but also keep it informative. I feel like this is gonna be a long stream, not gonna lie. I can feel it coming. I've been doing longer and longer streams lately. I think I did 2 5-hour streams in a row recently. What's happening to me and my schedule? It's out of control. Out of control, chat. And yet it's entirely in my control. Okay. I want to say...
Spreads so quickly. It spreads like wildfire online. And if so, what is it that can be done?
For one thing, more transparency, like preventing accounts from just being scrubbed without any tracing and being reused for propaganda. More tactically, I guess it would be introducing some kind of friction.
Oh, sorry, no, this isn't what I wanted. I honestly kind of disagree with what his estimation of things are. Like, that's not even what happened. It wasn't just fake accounts. It was also big names. People also feeding into this. I can't remember who they were now. But influential people, non-fake, non-puppet account, saying these things, feeding into all this. Tommy Robinson, I want to say, was one of them. He's not a sock puppet. He's just a dangerous liar.
there, we've seen a really ugly politics develop over the last few years, which doesn't deal with the real issues that are confronting people in their day-to-day lives. And I think we need to see a real shift in our politics, and we need to see alternative progressive narratives as Katie described them. And I think we need our political leaders to accept their responsibility, that they set the agenda for how these events are operating, how they translate into how people experience things like immigration, things like the economic hardship, that those things are political and economic choices made by politicians. They are by no means the responsibility of immigrants or Muslim communities or people of colour in this country.
Shabna,
Okay. Now, we have, I think one more thing. But while we're talking about this, I figured we would go to this first to segue us between two different things. Oh my God. Don James gigantified a raptor, a galactic raptor emote. That is beautiful. That is the biggest raptor emote I've ever seen. Truly glorious. Truly glorious. But in line with what that first woman was saying regarding the rhetoric of mainstream people, let's go to this. This was Nigel Farage on a popular British news television program. I believe this was a couple of months ago.
Do you support the government's proposal for a national service? They don't support it either. It's a joke, isn't it? I mean, look, what you do, you get a focus group of half a dozen reform voters in a room, and the chairman says, now, what about national service? Oh, I think it's a very good idea. The rest say, yeah, actually, not a bad idea. Oh, policy. So, you know, I mean, look, you know, when you're a weak leader, and Sunak is not a leader in any way at all, you're a follower. So you follow what the focus groups say, and you say, by doing this, I can attack the reform vote. That's what it's all about. And look, it's totally impractical. The army has shrunk from 100,000 to 75,000 in 14 years of conservatism. And most interestingly, we have a growing number of young people in this country who do not subscribe to British values, in fact, loathe much of what we stand for. So what do you do? Who are we talking about there? Oh, I think we see them on the streets of London every Saturday. What do they look like? Oh, we're talking about... What do they look like? Are we talking about Muslims here? We are. And I'm afraid I found some of the recent surveys saying that...
We are. We are, in fact, talking about them. Yes. Good God. What a shitty person. So yeah, it's stuff like that. You know, coming from a guy who ran for prime minister, who got, I think, a ton of, not a ton, but he got a lot of votes. He's out there, he gets platformed all the time, and he just says these kinds of things like it's nothing. You'd think that that might, you know, it might contribute to things. Having people like this and being treated seriously at any time. Oh God, he's just an unserious race-baiting douchebag. Remember that. Always just write that down to always remember that. What are British values? That's a great question. What are British values? Is it colonialism? Is it is it taking things from other people and keeping it in the British Museum for eternity, so you can look at it and go, yes, they've got it all. Is it hating anybody that isn't of a specific sort of heritage, if you will. What is it? Write it down for me. All right. Let's see. Honestly, because wait, how much do I have tonight? How long is that all gonna take? We're fine. We'll be fine. We're gonna do it. I believe in us. We're gonna do this because this is actually kind of fun, even though it's serious. It's both fun and serious at the same time. Because if you're British, well, you can gloat a little bit, potentially, depending on your political persuasion. This is a recent upload from a outlet by the name of Novara Media, where Aaron Bastani interviewed Carla Denyer, who is a recently elected British MP from the Green Party. They had quite a discussion here. Let's go.
The media have substantial culpability here, I think. I don't know what the running total is of how often Farage was on Question Time, but it was, you know, over the last 5 whatever years, it was substantially more than every other Green politician put together. Who knew? You know, you give one party 10 times more coverage than the other and a load of big donations from billionaires, and in an unfair voting system where money has a disproportionate impact, they can get more votes.
In 2010, the Green Party of England and Wales won their first ever Member of Parliament. That was, of course, Caroline Lucas in Brighton Pavilion. And it stayed that way for quite a long time until this year. Because in the July general election, they quadrupled their number of MPs at Westminster from 1 to 4. The key number is this. They won over 1.8 million votes. That doesn't mean, however, that they have got a correspondingly large amount of media coverage, anything but, which is why we thought we'd try and rectify the situation, at least a little bit here at Novara Media, by inviting on one of the two-party co-leaders, and of course, the new MP for Bristol Central. Carla Denyer, welcome to Downstream.
Thanks for having me on.
I was mocked by so many people because I came to see you in, I think it was 2021.
Yeah, a while back, wasn't it?
And I took the possibility of you winning that seat, that new seat in Bristol Central, seriously. It looked very possible, but...
Hold on. Do you watch this whole first part? You know what? I'll give it to you. We'll watch this whole first part.
Far from probable. You won with a majority of more than 10,000 votes in the end. Yeah. How'd that happen?
Well, you're right. It wasn't anything like a given. And what I said, whether it was to voters on the doorstep or journalists or activists for the Greens, is that it was within our reach, but right up to the last few days, it wasn't firmly in both hands. We knew that Green Party policies are really popular across the country. I mean, independent polling repeatedly shows large majorities in favour of bringing utilities into public hands in terms of increasing taxes, including introducing wealth taxes. Obviously, in terms of going faster on the climate, the public are consistently ahead of politicians from other parties on that. So we knew our policies are popular nationally and specifically in Bristol. We'd seen our number of Green councillors go up substantially, and they did again after we met back then. And we knew...
It's a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of good stuff in there. Awesome perspective from Carla. She rocks. She does seem to rock, doesn't she?
Didn't vote Green, it was usually because they thought we couldn't get in or thought that they had to vote tactically. And we could demonstrate in Bristol Central that there was no possibility of the Conservatives getting in, so people could vote for the party they agreed with the most. And we knew they wouldn't do that automatically, but if we had enough conversations on doorsteps, people had enough of a chance to get to know me as a local campaigner, active member of my community, that they might come round, and they did.
What was the worst bit about the campaign, apart from the lack of sleep? Were there any sort of lows?
I was pretty good at making sure I got enough sleep, actually. I don't function very well on... I'm no Margaret Thatcher in more ways than one. I don't function very well on little sleep. So I tried to have 7 to 8 hours most nights, and there was only a few nights when I had an early start for an interview where I didn't manage that,
What's
thankfully.
your secret? Because it's a very high anxiety environment, hardworking. What's your secret? How do you relax?
I mean, just trying to have boundaries as much as possible. I tried to have at least half a day off a week, even in the short campaign. And I would usually spend that.
A whole half day off. That does sound relaxing. You're right. That's definitely enough. All right. Let's see here. Can't watch this whole hour and 15-minute video from Novara. Let's start here.
What do you make of the claims? This is made by Ralph Miliband. Are you familiar with Ralph Miliband? He wrote a book called Parliamentary Socialism. No,
I haven't read it. Sorry.
The green tradition, not the Labour left tradition. But he wrote a book, and he said what we need is. Let me get this formulation right. What we need is socialists in Parliament, not parliamentary socialists. I probably got this completely wrong way around. His point was we need people who are faithful to the values on which they're elected. And the problem is once you go to Parliament, your loyalty, your fidelity is to the institution rather than the socialist movement. This is always his critique of parliamentary socialism. And one aspect of that is the literal grandeur of the surroundings. So if you're a regular person like these 4 new Green Party MPs, you go there with these principles, these values. I want to represent my constituents. I want to, change X, Y, Z about the country. And you go there and you are overwhelmed with centuries of history, storytelling,
grandeur,
identity, grandeur, beauty, excellence. And that, according to Ralph Miliband, is meant to almost overwhelm you into subordination and, doffing the cap. But do you feel that? Is that an analysis which...
It's certainly something I'm very aware of, and will hope to keep myself grounded. Obviously, I'm going to be spending about half my time up here, but half my time in the constituency. So I think, carrying on being a really active member of my community back in Bristol Central will help. But yeah, it is something I'm very aware of, and the sometimes disproportionate deference that you see in the House of Commons is something that I think all of us as Green MPs are going to be careful not to get sucked into.
Are you going to call each other out? Are you going to say, Adrian, this is you weren't like this before?
Oh, I don't know. Well, we'll have to see.
You got to sign a pact. It's a pact. That's definitely that's the solution.
But how do you hold each other accountable as a parliamentary group? Do you have regular meetings, the 4 of you, or?
Yeah, we're still obviously busy getting our feet under the table at the moment, but we are planning to have probably a weekly group meeting for anything we need to discuss as the 4 of us, because as you can imagine, once we're all on different committees and doing different meetings and interviews and so on, it's going to be quite tricky to get some time, the 4 of us together, but we'll make sure we do, because it's important that we have that strong working relationship. But at the moment we're all still figuring it out. So we don't know what committees we're all going to be on yet. We haven't got our offices yet. So we're just in hot desking space, shared space.
Hot desking.
Which is a room that's available.
It sounds, I don't know why, but hot desking sounds very sexy.
All the other parties, so Greens, Plaid, Reform and the Independents have all got the same room with only 8 desks in it.
So you're sharing a room with Farage, are you?
Well, I haven't seen any Reform.
Like, what's happening on that desk? Am I wrong? Hot desking. What are they doing to the desks? It's so hot. Okay, some other good stuff in here. Yeah, let's go to here.
How much did Gaza hurt the Labour Party, nationally and in your seat?
My impression is that it was the final nail in the coffin for a lot of people that had previously voted Labour, but it wasn't the whole story. So there were people feeling very fed up with the Labour Party long before the 7th of October. We were, Greens were winning seats in areas that had previously been Labour strongholds in council elections for the preceding few years, and people had been telling us on the doorstep why that was. And sometimes it was specific policies like U-turns on support for or failure to support striking workers on picket lines, the U-turn on the 28 billion climate investment pledge, flip-flopping on public ownership, but also in a lot of communities, especially in more deprived areas or people of colour, there was a sense of feeling taken for granted that has been going on and building for a number of years. And then as Greens, as we grew, we got capacity to campaign in more areas. People started seeing that Green candidates or councillors were really listening to people's concerns, helping them sort out problems, and were there all year round. They weren't just turning up for the last few weeks before the election. And this is obviously not, this isn't a universal truth. I'm sure there are many very hardworking Labour councillors, but it's certainly a story that I heard over and over again in a few areas that it was for a variety of reasons. And in Newcastle, we got 2 Green councillors elected in the local elections this May, one of whom is a Muslim councillor living in an area with a fairly high Muslim population, and that was our first result of the night, was getting him elected. It was one of the first results in the whole country, and so all the media piled in and wanted to ask him what happened. And the interview he gave on Radio 4 was, I think, really instructive. He said, yeah, maybe Gaza was a factor, but people had been telling me that they'd been feeling taken for granted for years, and it was about time for a change.
So yeah, it wasn't just Gaza. It was certainly part of it, but people around Britain were feeling disenfranchised by Labour and many of the things that they'd been doing. I would guess that ousting Diane and Faiza, people like that, probably didn't rub them very well with Labour. And the fact is that's the same case with what was going on with Joe Biden politically a lot. And I feel like it was kind of dragging down the Democratic ticket broadly, and is something that Kamala, I think, to some degree can address. Hopefully she does that in a way that leftists such as us can tolerate. Oh, smashed myself. Okay, it's time for us to talk about the Olympics. They've been going on for a whole week. But because it's Sunday FUNDAY, I'm gonna take it another step further by integrating 2 things.
There are few things that connect us like sports. Think about it. When people watch the World Cup in 2022, 1.5 billion people watched it on TV. They streamed it. But in ancient Roman times, you couldn't watch TV. You couldn't watch it online. You had to be there. So over time, with the popularity of various sports, the venues got larger and larger and larger to accommodate those crowds that were enthusiastic for the gladiatorial games, for the chariot races, and or a game that was kind of like rugby called harpastum.
Hey, I'm Darius Arya. I'm an archaeologist and I live in Rome. And I want to share with you the experience of living in one of the greatest cities of antiquity.
Did he say archaeologist? I thought he was going to say hair model.
Taking you into the daily life of ancient times.
From the Olympics, founded in Olympia in 776 BCE, to the Ludi Romani, the Roman Games, that were founded here in the Circus Maximus. You had all kinds of spectacles with a special twist, because it wasn't just about competition and entertainment. In ancient times, it was about venerating the gods. So when you came here and participated as a spectator, you weren't just being entertained, you were also appeasing, venerating, remembering the gods that protected your city and your society.
Don't be jealous. No, I'm not jealous. I thought he just has great hair. I wasn't expecting him to say archaeologist. Hold on. Let's go on to actually talking about the Olympics. I just thought we would talk about history for like a minute and 30 seconds. Now let's go to history being made in Paris. Now, America always has to be as America as possible everywhere, including individually as Americans, who can be the most American abroad. So let's start here from NBC LA. This is from 2 days ago. Olympics superfan from Los Angeles makes it to Paris.
Cheering on Team USA, there are Olympic fans, there are Super Olympic fans, and then there is Vivienne Robinson.
She's from Santa Monica. She's gone all out, making her way to Paris for the 7th Olympic Games. McCullough Medina talked with her. She's in the city of light or love, whichever you prefer, where she's making...
That's Maria Bartiromo's mother, isn't it? Am I wrong? Somebody tell me. I feel like somebody's got to know.
There as well. Mac.
That's right. She's in Paris right now, and she's all the rage in the city of lights or love, whichever you prefer there, Colleen, because she is making a mark with how she is wearing her Olympic pins. She actually got the Olympic fever right here in Southern California in 1984.
Jesus Christ.
Watch out, Vivienne Robinson is coming in hot.
But this one in Paris is a little bit overwhelming.
Decked out in a hat and vest covered in 40 years of Olympic pins, it's caught the eyes of Parisians.
Right when I got here, they had me in Le Parisien newspaper. So
She's
kind
very
of snowballed
eye-catchy.
from there.
Sure did. Interview after interview, she's become this year's Olympic superfan. She even got a photo with her own Lynette
Christ,
Romero.
I can barely
Truth
look
is,
at
she's been
her.
a superfan since the '84 games here in LA, when her mom volunteered as a French translator and brought home Vivienne's first Olympic pins. The collecting started then, and then it took off from there.
This is my 7th Olympic. I was in LA 84, Atlanta 96, Sydney 2000, Athens 2004, 2012 London, 2016 Rio, and now Paris.
Each game she decks out in a new outfit crammed with pins, flags, and trinkets that she trades, shares, and shows off.
Oh, I just like to go out to all the venues and get to see different cities and countries.
And she bankrolls these trips all by herself, working 2 jobs, selling necklaces on the Venice boardwalk during the day and bagging groceries at night.
Because this trip cost me like about $10,000.
She bought...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, this woman... She works on the fucking boardwalk, selling necklaces and bagging groceries. to pay for $10,000 Olympics things because it's that important to her. It's that important to her. Sasha, you've seen her? You know her personally? This story, it literally touches all corners of the galaxy.
38 venue tickets for this games, and she splurged a little on the opening night ticket.
This is my seat right there.
$1,600 to sit on the bridge overlooking the Seine River, where she says all she got to see was a big television monitor. That's
I feel like I got ripped off on that one because I could paying that much money, $1,600 to watch a television.
Seriously.
That's not acceptable.
It did not damper the 66-year-old spirit.
But it was well worth it, and I do it 100 times
It's
over.
well worth it, and I do it 100 times over. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, you know what? She's found the thing that's important to her. Really, really, really important to her. Like, a lot. Just so important. And that's fine, and we shouldn't judge her for that. We can laugh because it is funny. I laughed, so. Holy shit. But yeah, that's very feels like a very American thing to do. Just to take the Olympics way too far. She dresses like that all the time, is not always Olympic themed? Get out. Get out. Is this fake news? Are you telling us fake news, or is this real? Wait, so she dresses like that all the time. Oh my god. I feel like I gotta look her up now. What? This story just took a turn. What is happening? Do we have time? No, we're gonna do. We're gonna look into. She's probably. What am I talking about? This woman's gonna be there. This thing is not done. We will do a deep dive on this later this week. Okay. Let's keep moving. This is wow. It's unexpected. CBS News from a day ago. Let's take a look at Olympics fashion during the Paris Games.
There's the old saying, when you look good, you feel good. For Team USA, no shock, when they feel good, they perform even better. And with the Olympics taking place in the fashion capital of the world, what you're wearing really does count. Jamie Yuccas has been covering the Olympics all along with me. We look fabulous. But we're not here to talk about us. We're here to talk about the athletes.
We are, and I wanted to bring some to you. This is the leotard. Feel how heavy that is. Isn't that heavy? That's a pound that they put on their bodies worth of crystals. Okay.
Worth it, though.
Now feel, this is what the marathon runners are wearing. It's the type of shoe. How light is that?
Nothing.
This is 7 ounces.
Oh my
gosh. Can you
gosh.
believe it? So I got to go behind the scenes with these companies to see how athletes get the right fit.
While gymnast Simone Biles continues to shine in Olympic competitions this week, the makers of her leotard are ensuring she's literally shining with crystals. Teammates Suni Lee, Jade Carey, and Jordan Childs also all sparkle through every event in GK Elite uniforms. Erica Schnabel is head of marketing.
Are they all different in terms of the amount of crystals put on?
Yes, so they have in total the 8 leotards the team receives, about 50,000 authentic Swarovski crystals. Some of them have a little more, some of them have a little bit less. The one style does have some pearls on it as well, as a nod to Paris and being the fashion capital of the world.
Fancy. The uniform style works to blend host city couture with home country pride, taking nearly 18 months to make and costing $3,000 a piece.
18?
But they still weigh less than a pound?
Yeah, so every Leo is still less.
18 months and $3,000 per. What?
Pound. And I like to describe it as when you're holding them in your hands, they do feel heavy. But when you think about putting that on your body and the weight distribution across the body, it feels light. It feels like it's not even there.
How much pressure is there for you to get these right?
Yeah, so making leotards is what we do. It's what we've been doing for over 40 years, and so we know that we can make a leotard that performs and that fits for the athlete. There's certainly another caliber of intensity when we are making for Team USA and for the Olympics, but for us, it's doing what we do every day. It's making the best product that we can and putting it on the world's largest stage.
It's a stage that only happens once every 4 years, but CEO Matt Cowan says its impact is timeless.
It grows participation, which we're always thrilled about. We have all these little boys and girls that see it every 4 years and they want to enroll in the sport. And for us, this is a huge moment for our sport that we live every single day.
It's a different story for companies like Nike, who outfit the NFL, MLB, and NBA.
Almost 80,000 employees around the world. All of us are tasked with the opportunity to listen to the voice of the athlete and then transform those into the beautiful expression of product that this brand brings to life for.
Okay, enough of the Nike advertisement there. But yeah, the Olympics, a lot goes into that fashion. Apparently, in time, labor, money. Now let's look at a different Olympic thing that happened as some of the cycling events were going on.
Yes, the cycling right in front of the Moulin Rouge is it's amazing. It's like I just said, like it's a once in a lifetime experience, and it's very exciting, like to cheer on the cyclists, and it's very, very, very nice.
It's nice. Yeah. It brings like some French tradition to the guys cycling here. So yeah.
That's right, the Moulin Rouge dancers came out and did a little show outside of the venue there, which happened to be intersected by the cyclists' route. I feel like that would be distracting to the cyclists, but hey. Didn't seem to cause any problems. Okay, now if you missed this yesterday, I figure we should look at this at least twice in a row, because we already talked about this previously, but this was the IOC chief. Was it yesterday? Yeah. This was yesterday before the stream, talking about Algerian boxer Amani Khalid.
There I can only invite them to come up with a scientific based, a new definition of who is a woman and how can somebody being born, raised, competed and having a passport as a woman cannot be considered a woman.
It's science.
If they are coming up with something, we are ready to listen. We are ready to look into it. But we will not take part in a politically motivated, sometimes politically motivated cultural war. And allow me to say that what is going on in this context in the social media with all this hate speech, with this aggression and abuse, and fueled by this agenda, is totally unacceptable.
To put an end to this ongoing gender
Totally unacceptable. Yeah. I would agree. An Algerian chatter told Irene it's pronounced Iman, not Imani, with an E at the end. Oh, well, thank you for letting me know that. I thought I was doing it good.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Alright, trying to keep this fun day as advertised. Let's go to this from the Associated Press from 2 days ago. Berlin unveils a new attraction for adrenaline junkies. Oh God. Alright, press 1 if you would do this.
Schaukeln sind ja überall bekannt, also auf jedem Spielplatz.
Swings are well known.
Auf
There's,
hohen
oh
Gebäuden
my
sind sie eher
God.
selten.
Oh my God.
Ja, also in Europa sind wir jetzt mehr oder weniger mit dem Schaukelkonzept die Einzigen.
I can't believe I just saw her do that. That is insane. That woman is literally insane. I couldn't even read. I literally couldn't read what this man was saying because of what she just did. My dogs would do it. Noah would do it. Multiple other people are apparently very much more skeptical of that.
Schaukeln sind ja überall
Swings
bekannt.
are well
Also
known. There's a swing in every playground. But they are rather rare on tall buildings. No kidding.
Ja, also in Europa sind
Yes,
wir jetzt
we
mehr
are
oder
more or
weniger
less
mit dem
the only
Schaukelkonzept die
ones in
Einzigen.
Europe with this concept.
Also hier geht es im Grunde immer
It's
darum, ein geiles Erlebnis
always
zu haben,
about
einen
having
schönen
a great
Tag.
experience, to have a great day.
Wir sind 120 Meter über dem
We are
Alexanderplatz, also das ist einfach
120 meters
relativ hoch.
above Alexanderplatz.
Schaut, wenn man
If
runterschaut,
you
ist
look
alles
down,
ziemlich klein.
everything seems quite
Ansonsten
small.
sind es einfache Schaukeln.
Otherwise, it just spins.
Es war super, war wirklich sehr, sehr schön.
It was
Also im ersten
great.
Moment dachte
It was really
ich, war
beautiful.
auf jeden Fall viel
There were
Adrenalin
definitely a
da
lot
und
of
dann wird es aber sehr
adrenaline at
entspannt
first.
und dann kann man die
But then
Aussicht
it
auch
became
wirklich
really
genießen.
relaxed, and you could really enjoy the view.
Die Leute sind auch zweifach gesichert,
People
das ist auch ganz
are
klar, dass
scared.
wenn irgendwer aus der
If
Schaukel
somebody
fällt,
falls
auch nicht
out
auf den
to
Boden
swing,
fällt und so
they
weiter.
don't call on the ground,
Aber es ist
but
im
it's
Grunde relativ
basically
simpel.
relatively simple. It looks kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. Especially when that woman turned upside down. I literally was like, I'm about to witness somebody die. Although it does look like they were harnessed in. It just, oh, God. I don't know. I'd feel much safer rock climbing at that height than doing that, for whatever reason, even though it's probably less safe. It would just freak me out because of how, like, I feel like in my brain, thinking about, there's something about swinging. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Oh, the... Is there any correlation between willingness to try this and disdain for continuing existence? There's no... I don't think there's been any studies done on that particular attraction. It's quite new. I suppose you could look at other studies, try and extrapolate that data onto this particular activity. Who's to say, though? All right, let's look at... we still have some serious stories to deal with today. I know it's Sunday Fun Day, but we can't just completely ignore the serious global news. And we've got a shit ton of it today. Let's go here. Ukraine. CBC News from 7 hours ago. Ukraine says it has sunk a Russian submarine in Crimean waters.
And now to the latest on Russia's war on Ukraine. Officials in Kyiv say Ukrainian drones targeted Russian oil depots and a major airfield that stores guided bombs near the border. Ukraine also claims to have sunk one of Moscow's key naval assets in Crimea. Journalist Dominic Velitis is tracking this story from Riga, Latvia.
We can't actually verify any of these reports at the moment. Russia, for one, isn't saying anything about any of this at the moment. But the Ukrainian military is certainly this weekend saying on social media that it has indeed attacked and subsequently sunk the Rostov-na-Don attack submarine in the port of Sevastopol, which, of course, is in Russian-occupied Crimea. Now, this submarine was actually in port following repairs after she was hit by a Ukrainian missile last year. But this time, Ukrainians are saying that they have finished the job off, saying that she is now, quote, at the bottom of the Black Sea. The Ukrainian military is also claiming that this attack also damaged 4 S-400 Russian missile defense systems, which presumably were in the area to protect this submarine and other Russian assets. We don't know what happened, why they didn't. Something terribly wrong has happened on the Russian side. Analysts here are saying that perhaps there was an issue with the radar systems on these particular missile defense systems. We just don't know. But either way, whatever.
Okay, that's all we need from this story. But sub and multiple Russian missile defense systems were sunk in waters off of Crimea, which was formerly Ukraine before 2015. And this is also a development for Ukraine's military. Associated Press from 6 hours ago. Zelensky displays Ukraine's new F-16 fighter jets to combat Russia.
I can't for today give you details with the missions. I think you will see, maybe not all of them, but you will see the results. We will decide to comment if it was the result with F-16 or not. It's not. I mean, it's not the moment for this. I think it's very dangerous for today. We need to do all the security measures which been discussed with our partners about using F-16. But anyway, these jets are in our sky.
So yeah, I think we all know where that came from. Those cost $30 million a piece. How much do peace talks cost at this point? Although it does seem like recently Ukraine's efforts have been more effective. How long that will go on for, I don't know. I did recently hear that Vladimir Putin wanted peace talks. I think that was like a few days ago, but I only heard it from like one source, so we didn't even talk about it on the stream. But it could be true, and I know that he's strained quite thin, and maybe at this point is hoping to stop the fighting too. I have also heard stories that sentiment in Ukraine has changed over the last 6 months or so. Because early on, in the early days of this stream, I would say somewhere around like March of this year, we looked at some polling data in Ukraine, and people were generally pretty against any peace talks that included any secession of any land to Russia. That's changed slightly. Not a lot, but a little. And so, I don't know, politically, exactly how this will all happen right now. Fact is, if I was Ukrainian on the front lines, I'd probably have very mixed emotions. I wouldn't want to lose my home. I'd also probably not want to be bombed, which is happening on the reg. Real complicated tapestry of emotion there. All right, let's go to a different situation. In southern Asia, here in Bangladesh, a place we've been talking about for quite a while, things have drastically escalated here as well, as in recent police crackdowns, over 10,000 people have been arrested in the recent protests against the government quota law relating to jobs and favoritism. I forgot this has a bunch of subtitles, and I am always forgetting when and where the subtitles are. There we go. Try it again. Take two. Protesters and students demonstrating in Bangladesh were chased and beaten with sticks by people believed to be ruling party supporters. According to human rights groups, at least 266 people were killed in the violence and more than 7,000 injured. A mass student movement began against quotas for government jobs. It escalated into deadly clashes. Activists have accused the government of a witch hunt against student leaders and political holy shit. That's a lot of people.
On our roads, we cannot stand in our balcony, so we are not secured anywhere. We have no safety. This cannot be a secure and independent country.
We have one point: the resignation of Sheikh Hasina. She thought they could stop us by, wow, that's a lot of people, by closing educational institutions, but you cannot stop us. Still, there is the mark of the bloodstains on the road. That's why we were on the street. We won't leave until she resigns. These crowds have gotten bigger and bigger since the very beginning of all of this. Bangladesh has a cool flag. That's true. It is a pretty cool flag. Not gonna lie. Omega Star says hydrate on Twitch. I will do that. Using your hard-earned space money you get for watching this show to keep me hydrated. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, let's go. Let's go over to China, where a Shanghai museum has decided to take a rather unorthodox policy. Oh wait, I think this one has...
This is not a pet show, but an exhibition of ancient Egyptian artifacts. Cat goddess Bastet is highly revered by ancient Egyptians. She is the goddess of protection and the bringer of good health. And behind me, people are taking photos with the cat goddess.
No.
Each night, a maximum of 200 cats are allowed inside. They must be on a leash at the entrance hall and in the photo area, and must stay inside a bag or trolley in the exhibition halls. But as a cat owner myself, I know they are not the most social of animals. So how can these felines here be so comfortable with hundreds of strangers petting them?
They started bringing him out at a very early age. I think everything in our world is connected in a very mysterious way. Maybe thousands of years ago, his soul lived in ancient Egypt. I started bringing the cat to the waterfront to hang out with dogs, and also walking it when it was little. But it is still freaked out by the cat mummies. You think?
Ancient Egyptians believe in afterlife and immortality, and they also love their cats. So one way to ensure the immortality of your beloved pets is to turn them into mummies, like these ones.
That is horrifying. I condemn cat mummies. Don't do that. It's the worst. Oh God. I just thought that was a sort of a fun and weird thing. Perhaps enjoyable, even, for us to do on a Sunday fun day. Okay, let's go on to this. This is a different situation. South of China, part of China, it's complicated. But let's go here from the Associated Press from a few days ago. The young in Hong Kong struggle to rebuild life after being jailed under Beijing's crackdown. If you have insisted on doing what you believe was right, there is no need to regret it now. Regretting means giving up your beliefs, what you felt strongly about before, what you felt was right. After being arrested and jailed, all my old colleagues and friends broke off relations with me. They said I was too dangerous. After being arrested and jailed, all my old colleagues, that's the same thing. Not because I was committing murder, arson, or rape, but because of politics. They worried that I would implicate them, that they could get arrested too. That's a lot of people. It is a lot of people, Philip. I feel like most people here are familiar with those protests that happened in Hong Kong, so I'm not going to go on some long discussion of those protests, but they were quite widespread. A ton of people were there, and a large number of people were affected, but certainly not all the protesters. But they made examples out of some people. And it has been pretty devastating for those people left behind. Some of your best friends have committed politics? Yeah, so true. So true, Philip. Is that a gray raptor? What is that? What in the fuck? Princess Mononoke with a gray raptor. How'd you even do that? That's very fancy looking. I'm very confused. Alright, I'm not going to leave Asia quite yet. Let's go here to South China Morning Post from 3 days ago. Kim Jong-un reported to have health problems. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is reportedly in poor health. South Korea's spy agency says his government has sought alternative medicine for him. report says Kim's health problems may be linked to his excess weight, as well as heavy smoking and drinking. What we focused on was that there was a speculation that North Korea is having a hard time managing his health with existing medicines. What we focused on was that there were signs that they are looking for new medicinal substances. Kim's health has raised debate about who will be the next supreme leader of the North. His young daughter Kim Ju-ai has been dubbed the beloved child by state media. She has made several public appearances alongside her father. North Korea is hitting Ju-ai would be a likely successor and is in the process of being groomed. However, the regime is adjusting the level of propaganda while closely monitoring North Korean people's thoughts. Really, their thoughts. Monitoring their thoughts sounds very creepy. Wonder how they're doing that. Maybe they got the Elon Musk chips going on over there? Could be. Could be. Alright, let's move along. More gray raptors in the Twitch chat. Just wild. And raptors kind of wearing glasses, but they look more like they're eating the glasses, not gonna lie. Okay. So yeah, Kim Jong-un in bad health, potentially. Supposedly. Could be. You used Spacebucks to modify the emote. Those are precious. You know, you only get as many Spacebucks as you spend time watching the stream. If you don't watch the stream, you don't get the Spacebucks. That is how that works. Unlike bits, which you have to buy with human money. Now, let's go here. Got some stuff to talk about in the Middle East. This particular story we're going to start this with, we kind of talked about yesterday as well, but is certainly worth talking about twice because I know that sometimes people are here for different parts of the stream. CBC News from a day ago. U.S. sending more warships and jets to the Middle East.
The U.S. is deploying more fighter jets and warships to the Middle East to help defend Israel from possible retaliatory attacks by Iran and its proxies. The aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt has reportedly left the Strait of Hormuz just 10 kilometers off the coast of Iran. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has also sent cruisers and destroyers equipped with ballistic missiles to the region. For more, we're joined by John Allen. He's a former Canadian ambassador.
Okay, and we're going to do the same thing we did yesterday. We're going to end it right there. We don't need to hear this guy's take on all of this, but this is a clear escalation from the United States saying that essentially to things like, people like Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, hey, Israel gets to assassinate people on your territory, and if you try to respond, we are going to stop you from doing that, right? So, you know, that's where we are. Is GNN Canadian? No. GNN is not a Canadian channel. It's a space channel. It's galactic. Duh. Okay, let's go to this. So I'm sure you're probably aware of many of the developments that have been happening in Lebanon. This is from about 8 hours ago, where France urged nationals to leave Lebanon as fear of war looms. Euronews from 8 hours ago.
France has joined the list of countries urging its citizens living in Lebanon to leave as soon as possible, as fears of a wider conflict in the Middle East grow. France is following in the footsteps of Washington and London, which both called on their nationals to leave on Saturday. Sweden has also announced the closure of its embassy in Beirut and called on its foreign nationals to evacuate. It comes as several airlines cancelled their flights heading to Lebanon, causing huge queues at Beirut's airport departure terminal.
Yup. And of course, this is all in the wake of Israel attacking the capital of Lebanon, claiming it was a strike on Hezbollah, as if that justifies attacking a civilian area in the middle of a different country's capital. And so multiple Western countries are telling people to leave Lebanon now because, well, to be fair, it doesn't seem like it's going to be safe there. Because Israel seems to be determined to escalate that into an all-out war. Potentially not just with Hezbollah, but also with the Lebanese army, Iran, just anybody who's looking at Israel wrong from across the border, or even the Red Sea. They're gonna, that's where it's at right now. I mean, I feel like maybe that sounds pessimistic, but where's the evidence against what I just said? It genuinely feels like that. I wish it didn't. Now let's go to this. This is from yesterday, where a massive rocket barrage was fired from Lebanon. So yeah, that's where things are at right now. Here's Joe Biden from a couple of days ago, while greeting people returning from Russia.
I'm very concerned about it. I had a very direct meeting with Prime Minister today, and very direct. We have the basis for a ceasefire. He should move on it, and they should move on it now.
The chance for a ceasefire ruined after the assassination of Hania.
It's not helped. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Hasn't helped. Directly from Joe Biden. No kidding. I think we all knew that here. The administration, for at least 24 or 48 hours, were claiming to not know whether or not it had in fact helped. But no, it was not good.
So, we're back into a period of
deep tension and uncertainty. And I think the next few days we will see how things play out. I don't see any meaningful, long standing solution on the horizon, because it looks like the Israeli leadership is trying to address its broader security challenges across the region vis-a-vis Iran, and is choosing to not prioritize ending the Gaza war and securing the release of its hostages. And that tells us exactly where we are. This is very much going to continue for the next few months.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, let's listen to something absolutely just wildly I mean, I know everybody, pretty much everybody in these, in both the YouTube and the Twitch chat right now are not a fan of the person we're about to listen to here. And this is him. This is he who shall not be named, aka Benjamin Netanyahu, who decided to do a little what do you call it? Like a press junket in his office. Here we go. The simple truth is that until this moment, Hamas... Wait, sorry, wait. Sorry, God damn it. Stop. Sorry, I fucked up. I was trying to switch and also read. The simple truth is that until that moment, Hamas has not agreed to the most basic terms of the outline. While bullshit, while we have not added a single demand to the outline, bullshit, Hamas has had tens of charges, does not back down from its demand that Israel cannot return to war. It demands from us to withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor and the Rafah crossing. It's like that. That's what the deal contained before. Hamas didn't add that. It's Joe Biden's Hamas now. Hear that, chat? Hamas demanded, aka Joe Biden, that Israel withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor and the Rafah crossing. Huh, okay, Joe Biden, leader of Hamas. It's important to establish the principle. Hamas is also not willing to allow any mechanism that would check and prevent the passage of weapons and terrorists to the northern Gaza Strip. He's talking about aid. I think what he's referring to is the aid trucks. It is doing all this because it wants to rehabilitate and repeat again and again the October 7th massacre, as it has promised to do. The state of Israel is in a multi-arena war against the brands on axis of evil. We are striking hard at all of its arms, prepared for any scenario, both on the defense and the offense. I tell our enemies again, we will react and exact a heavy price for any act of hostility towards us from any arena. So yeah, there's Bibi Netanyahu telling us that it's Hamas's fault that the peace deal isn't going forward. It's not his fault. He's not the one attacking all of his neighbors. It's a multilateral conspiracy to make him look like a genocidal and warmongering asshole. And it's not him. It's not him. That's what he's here to tell us. And he's definitely not gaslighting us at all about any of this. He didn't just lie for a minute and a half to our faces. Wait, hold on. Oh. No. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Sorry, I'm sorry to tell you. That is exactly what just happened. Okay, let's go on. Where Benjamin Netanyahu's own citizens are quite upset and are continuing to protest in the streets. Here's a video from AP from 17 hours ago in Tel Aviv. And the fact is, these protesters know, they get it. Benjamin Netanyahu is a lying bastard. He's the one that's not doing enough to bring the hostages home, to bring a ceasefire deal. He's the one who has rejected all of the things that he claims Hamas has rejected. Time and time again, not just with this peace deal, but with multiple peace deals in the last 9 months. Now, of course, there's many people here who both want the Palestinian, they want the Israeli hostages home and the slaughter of Palestinians to continue. Those people, I would say, reevaluate, but they definitely are more prevalent than I would like to even believe, but facts are not on that side. However, there has been some sentiment change around that over recent months. Now, let's go to this here. This is from TRT World from 6 hours ago. Asking the question, what does international law's role play in Gaza?
International treaties, conventions, and court orders, how effective are they in governing the international political arena? After Israel killed more than 39,000 Palestinians in Gaza in less than 10 months, this question has been thrust into the spotlight. Leading legal experts have convened at the 2024 International Law Conference at Turkey's Boğaziçi University to examine the roots of this problem and to discuss potential solutions.
International law is not international in the real sense of the word. When it was formulated, it excluded other knowledge systems, other histories, other experiences. We need to decolonize and reformulate international law.
It can be used as a tool to fight for oppressed people, but it has to be done right. And it can't be something that we just sort of sit back and expect to happen.
This legal advisor opinion by the ICJ must tend into political assets. Because the law, at the end of the day, needs enforcement.
Recognition of the Palestinian state is a good move, but I don't think it's the be-all and end-all. The International Criminal Court definitely has to, get off its behind and issue these arrest warrants. And there has to be a serious discussion about expelling Israel from the United Nations, or at the very least, suspending their membership in the General Assembly.
That would be great. That seems like an actual application of international law. I'd love to see that. Can we see that? Will we see that? Two different questions. I'd like to say yes for both, considering everything going on. I think it's about time some actual international consequences happened. Okay, let's go to this. Another example of why there should be international consequences. Associated Press from 22 hours ago. Israeli strike hits a tent camp.
Illegal.
In Gaza's Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital courtyard. Wow. Oh boy. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. It's merely just a continuation of the sorts of illegal strikes on refugee camps done by Israel, claimed to be for reasons. They've always got reasons that seemingly the United States, especially, not just, but especially, seems to ignore. Now let's go to this. This is also from the Associated Press from 13 hours ago. Israeli strikes on Deir al-Balah kill 7, including 2 women and a child.
Illegal.
Oh, good. You see what that was? It's beans. This is food that's now inedible, probably. Can you imagine? The fire was on my son. I prayed to Allah to burn Israel. We took a shower, prayed, ate, and slept. Those are basically the only 4 options in Gaza, and eating is the most optional of all those options at this point, considering that not only is there a food crisis, but the food's getting bombed too. That's good. Oh boy, the situation just continues to get worse. Speaking of access to food, let's go to this. Oh my god. Wait, is this the last video? Oh wait, no, we have 2. This is a penultimate video. So great job to all of you for making it this far in the stream. Let's go here to Al Jazeera Plus from 2 days ago. Israel blows up a major water facility in Gaza and posts the video on social media.
Illegal.
Israel forces reportedly blew up a major water facility in Gaza and posted it on social media. The footage appears to show soldiers placing explosives in and around the facility. It also plays a song in the background with lyrics, "We will burn Gaza. For every house you destroy, we will destroy 10. The Tal al-Sudan reservoir provided water for half of Gaza's residents. Does this well affect the strength of Israeli forces? This is the destruction of the infrastructure of Palestinian people to further worsen the situation and to pressure those people that have no one but God. Some say the video may be evidence of war crimes. No kidding. Israeli officials had previously discussed attacking water treatment facilities to create an unprecedented economic and humanitarian
Without
crisis
it, Emma,
in Gaza.
already vulnerable children and families, they're likely to be forced again, increasingly, to resort to unsafe water, dehydration, malnutrition, diseases.
Whoa, what just happened? Oh, that was the end of it? That's really weird. I don't remember doing that. Okay. Well, this is the last video then. Here we go. Almost 11 months into the war, Palestinians in Gaza struggle to access food and clean water. No kidding. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do.
Flashing a victory sign surrounded by Iranian politicians. This was Ismail Haniyeh just yesterday in Tehran.
Sorry, Chad, did not mean to do that. Clicked the wrong thing. Go back. There it is. Fixed it.
مبسوطة؟ زمانك ما كنت جاد؟
Life is hard. There is nothing. We come to the charity kitchen and stand 4 to 5 hours waiting our turn every day in the sun. When you get food, sometimes it is enough and sometimes it is not. There is no life here. We are not really living. Even donkeys in Gaza have better lives than the one we are living. We walk at least 1.5 kilometers without our containers to fill up and unload while we're staying, and then come back to load more. It is horrifying. Little kid, must be 6 years old, 7 years old or something, carrying this massive jug of water, probably for his entire family, walking through what appears to be sewage. This is just so depressing. Oh boy. Thankfully we have the Galactic after stream to bring up our spirits, because those last few videos didn't do it, and I'm sorry. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, MIDI, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporist, Moanoa, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few dollars a month on Patreon, where space benefits await. Write that down. Now, we cannot continue on to the Galactic Afterstream without paying a special tribute to a particular group of galactic individuals. And that group is the Galactic Benefactors. That's right, all these people here, like PB, a wonderful individual in our chats here on the reg, felt it was necessary to help us. Nadia and Moanoa, Omega Star,
unburdened by what has been, an America that we know can be unburdened by what has been.
and Donald James X. That's right. All of these people right here. Their contributions cannot be forgotten. Write that down. I just realized I've forgotten. I must mention Selena Mary, who also is a galactic benefactor, but somehow doesn't appear that her name was on the list, which is unacceptable. And for that, I apologize. I had to update it recently, and that. Huh. I could have sworn I had that right. Don James gigantified a modified emote. That's very fancy. Oh, that's a lot of ones. I guess that means it's time. Very sad. So we're gonna do this. We do that. Play this in the background. Oh, I guess we should be at the pool already, huh? Oh, there we are. Now we can relax. Galactic Pool. I play both the new and the old Benefactor in the background. Gotta get Selena in there. Look at all these beautiful patron pics and gifts added in. Really starting to just become a cornucopia of awesomeness. I guess we could just sit here in the pool without music and look at one another deeply.